Hello everyone, welcome back to the stream. It's Disco Elysium time again. For potentially the last time? I don't know. We're very nearing the end here. And it's all very exciting. I'm just getting a little organized here. Excuse me. Yeah, the move has, from your perspective, it hasn't progressed much. But trust me that, like, the kitchen and living room areas and bedroom areas are much more important in it. And I can just leave stuff in a pile in the living room and it's all fine. Right. You get it. We all understand. Cool and good. I think I'm just gonna wait a moment as people file in. Because last time, I'm actually feeling a bit uncomfortable. I need a better seat. Hold on just a moment while I get the proper chair. There we go. Now, get to sit a little bit higher. Have the chair at the back support. There we go. Let's review quickly. Because I think last time, I blacked out a bit while there was just a buzzing in my ear for like an hour of gameplay time last week. I don't know. I guess something important happened during that, but we followed the main thing we did last week was the cryptid quest, and we followed that line as far as we could take it before going into endgame. So we followed the trail of Ruby, our instigator, our prime suspect at the moment, and just we heard the wind and it told us, hey, she's down in the holes, down in the caverns. So we went down there, had our ears blasted. It wasn't fun, but she made a good case for herself of what. And made us believe that it was potentially not her that caused any of these problems. She wants us to think that she takes really long leaks. So, it's all fun. We couldn't prove that it was Ruby with the evidence that we had, and it in fact it doesn't quite clear her of this stuff, but. One of the main things was no one that night heard a gunshot, which means the gunshot probably didn't come from the roof, where we suspect that Ruby would have gone. That doesn't entirely add up with like things we found, like the footprints in the dust, but we can't prove that Ruby was on that rooftop, so we can't prove that she fired the shot. So we're potentially looking at a sniper shot. But the last thing that happened, let's take a look here. Gameplay? Gameplay. There we go. Was this our spirit bomb? Our tie spoke to us and told us it was time. So now it has merged with 98.7% proof alcohol, and decided, yeah, we are a Molotov cocktail now. Be ready for the end times. So, what can we do but prepare ourselves for the end times? We need a new staple. Ooh. I like that. You can get in there. Just a straight upgrade from that one. Nice. From the Windbreaker. Yeah, sure. This also boosts our Inland Empire like the tie did. But helps us with Volition a little bit too. Sure, that seems good. And I think our mission at this point... Yeah. Right, I did mean to say happy birthday to the Lilac as well tonight. Hi Maverick, welcome to the show. I put the birthday streamers away, and it would be a lot of trouble to get them back out again. Apologies to Stephanie for that, but you know, I'm sure she's having fun tonight. Getting her proper birthday party with Andrew. And family, I would presume. Yeah. We're gonna have our own party tonight. Right, I'd spec'd out for Savoir Faire. I don't need to do that anymore. So what's our actual mission at this point? We followed the trail. Let's check our tracks. Biarreti Breton. Find booze and drink it. Are you Lapute Malte's peon? Ruby said that you were a notoriously corrupt cop. Right? That was the thing. That's why she was scared of you. When you get the chance, call your station to find out more, if you dare. Oh. Well, we can talk. We can ask Sean about that. It'll be fun. And then... Alright, so this is our plot line. Someone there... Go back to the Whirling. Someone has some things to answer for. Namely, Claudia, who was putting all the blame onto Ruby here. And that was maybe undeserved. Maybe. So we're gonna go find out. There's a... I saw a shiny. I saw a orb. I must click on the orb. Yeah, I think we're... I had changed some stream settings as well after last week when we ended up with a bunch of... I guess it was frames dropped due to encoding. But that should be fine now. And we're back down to a mere 30 frames per second. That's fine. Where's our fast travel option? Church is nearby, isn't it? There it is, right there. Maybe it doesn't want us fast traveling. Maybe for story reasons we should not fast travel. Let's see. Let's talk to you briefly.
Our tenant, the policeman. I hope the waves don't keep you.
Well, we found Our Lady. We don't have reason to come back here. Maybe? Probably not.
The trap is full of locusts, but poor things.
Yeah, that sounds about right. I'm waiting. It's gonna happen. Hey, ooh.
Stop. Just up ahead. Danger.
Ooh, fun! So, the tie was right. The tie was prepared.
What you have isn't enough. You'll need more firepower. A ranged weapon. Statistically speaking, sabers have proven to be rather ineffective against advanced military technology.
Thank you for the advice, Encyclopedia. I guess I should not be using my saber for this situation. Which is really just a dull metal rod.
Your old friend has prepared you for this, at great cost to himself. Make sure you have the spirit bomb in your hand when shit goes south. You hear what sounds like an enthusiastic gurgling coming from the spirit bomb in your pocket.
But he's not speaking to me anymore. I'm not sure I'm ready for what lies ahead.
Then you'd better get ready. Whatever happens, I will come back.
Oh no, Kim's gonna die. Alright. Well, let's, equip this when things are most dire. Equips this when things are most dire. Alright. Well, let's give ourselves 2 ranged weapons. And I have 2 bullets. Nice. I should be boosting hand-eye coordination. I'm like prepping for a fight. We got the armor going. The armor is good. Reaction speed, yeah. Let's savoir-faire. Musical instrument, yeah. Boots are good. I'm thinking fight time. What's a good? Is there a good glasses option? Encyclopedia. No, I think they all make us worse. Alright, let's step out into it.
I'm all out of shits to give, loincloth. Welcome to the fucking reckoning.
Guys, I kind of need to get through there. If you'll excuse me, I'm just headed up to the whirling to talk to a lady. Oh, yeah. Nah, it looks like it's tribunal time. There's a feverish gleam in his eyes. Mr. Right to Work is done talking about the rights of the workers.
Put your damn gun down. People are gonna get hurt. We need to talk this through. All right?
Theoretically, I agree with Titus Hardy.
Shut up! You're gonna talk yourself out of this, loincloth shit fuck.
And we're getting a new music track. That's very nice. Just really, he's turned it. Like, mask is off entirely.
This is the mercenary at the gates. His chest rises and falls under the ceramic breastplate. His fingers reach for the butt of his side.
Say nothing works out for us well enough. No, we know what's going on here. They're looking for a suspect, same as we were. They're either going to go after Hardy here, or they're going to either Hardy dies here, or they send him after Ribby, or send him after Claudia.
This is a misunderstanding. Nothing irreversible has happened yet. You can just return to your unit and forget all about this.
I don't know if Lizzie the Mediator is going to do well here.
The Kipt is merciful, willing to spare us if we just forget about our murdered and humiliated commander. I think we should just kill everyone, Corty.
The Pauls. So we have a new. This is his backup that was waiting in the wings. Didn't he have someone up in like a sniper's nest? Someone on like radio comms.
You are all drunk. Come to your senses. You won't gun down 7 people in the middle of the street. This isn't a frontier town or a jungle outpost.
I don't think these mercenaries have come back from war. I think they're still on a battlefield.
Easy, Lizzie. Let me handle it. I know guys like this. I'm sure we can come to a peaceful agreement. Ain't that right, fellas?
His voice is almost gentle.
He is facing overwhelmingly superior firepower, and he knows it.
Yeah, well, this is what Everard wanted. People to get gunned down. 10,000 Union men.
Peaceful.
It sounds like the armored figure is weeping. Rude Hohenklauen? Rude Hohenklauen. We maybe just go with Rude.
Nest in your abdominal cavity like a little wild mouse. The masked man's words are barely intelligible, but you can hear them.
Peaceful nest.
Fuck, there's the third one. How did we miss something like this?
And Kim goes straight for the F-bomb, so must be serious. Lieutenant points to the helmeted figure.
The lieutenant is genuinely worried for his life. You should consult him before getting in there.
Oh, consult, not console. The big one is the mercenary at the gates, the Skylar. Yeah. Give it to him. Alright. Let's start with what do we do?
My plan is not to get killed, but we have to intervene.
That's a good plan, Kim. We're at a time. This is the tribunal.
The mercenary tribunal.
Alright, well, we've got our weapon, we've got our armor. We've got these stats up as high as we can get them. Oh, how are we on healing items? Oh, Jesus Christ. Maybe I just heal up entirely. That's probably fine. That's probably enough to tank some hits. Let's do it. Stop! This is the police!
Get lost, comedian. You cops had your chance. Now it's fucking time for some justice.
It sounds like practically an entirely different person. And like, how well is he hiding under that mask? He licks his lips, waving his gun at the crowd, losing his balance for a moment. He staggers backward. Okay, one. Trigger muscle discipline. Don't go waving a gun around like that. 2, I think, Lizzie may have been right, and they are actually drunk. And not just, like, high on adrenaline.
I think he's calmed down a bit.
Pig fuck!
Oh, well, thank you. Pigfuck is the only word you can make out. It doesn't sound calm. I can see you're drunk.
Ah, yeah! Welcome to the fucking party. You're probably gonna get killed too. I don't give a shit if you're cops.
Fun.
No one is going to kill anyone. Let's just put the guns down and talk like civilized human beings.
I'm really looking very, This is my most Hobocop look outside the armor.
With a wordless gurgle, the killer loads his long rifle.
The killer. Oh, jeez.
The leader gives a small nod to the helmeted man. Suddenly, the blue medicinal spirit in your hand seems to have a pulsating glow. It feels enticing somehow.
All right! End game! Light me on fire and throw me in his face!
Ooh. Well, who am I to deny the horrific necktie his dying wish?
Wait, it's a good thing you have an anthropomorphic petrol bomb. It really is. But you have to soften him up first. Present an argument.
Oh. Okay. So we'll do some mental damage before we just light him up with a Molotov cocktail.
Even if it comes to a fight, it's a good idea to get under his skin first.
Oh yeah, let's just play around first.
I don't know about
Gee,
this
oh.
getting under his skin. What if he gets under yours? I'm barely keeping your hand from trembling here.
Well, we have good odds on all of these things. I guess this would be multiple solutions out of this situation. Starting with logic and then emotional. Hold on. Your name is also Courtnair. Name Ellis Courtnair. He was fostered, had blue eyes. You're a foster brother. Or potentially a blood... No, blood brother doesn't make sense. But, Stand there quietly, hope nothing bad happens. Well, let's go through our options.
Rude. Rude is the killer. Rude, the killer. Hohen Cloven. He doesn't talk much.
Hohen Cloven. Okay. Well, he's saying a lot. We just can't make out a lot.
All of you cunts inside out.
Wow. What was that, Rude?
Rip you open.
Very rude indeed.
Perhaps it's for the best. Him not talking too much.
The killer, you say?
The gunner, the raddest, the killer.
The gunner, he gestures towards himself. The Raz, he gestures towards the woman. The killer, he points to the figure clad entirely in ceramic plate.
What do you think he does?
You think you're real tough, huh? This killing is meaningless. Good, I kill killers. I'm a killer too.
You're a tit-sucking pig. I'm gonna show you, killer.
He staggers forward. Yeah, no, these guys are not in their right mind. Like, they're mad, but they're also, like, under the influence of something.
What are we waiting for?
And out of patience.
Pick fucking mouth off his face.
Maybe you would get along with Kuno S.
Lance Corporal, just fucking shut up and wait for your order.
He is not used to commanding or leading. He feels uncomfortable. He'd rather shoot to kill.
Right, because they've all lost their commander. No, but Downwell. Like, I'm worried that one of these is going to, like, lose me points. Give me a negative modifier, but, we may as well. Listen, these guys didn't do it. We have some suspects, these aren't them.
Yeah? Who did that?
Wait, I just need a little time to figure it out.
Time. You had time to fuck around in that church, to run errands for your union chief. I saw you.
Hey now.
Time is up, Loincloth. Give me a name. Now!
Well, we do need to talk to Claudia, who's our biggest suspect at this point. But it still doesn't make sense for her to have killed that person and put herself in that situation. It was someone else, someone who's not here right now.
How fucking convenient.
It was someone else. Someone probably out on the waters that we can't get to. Right? Or out on the coastline that we haven't found. We have searched those coasts pretty thoroughly, though. He gives you a drunken stare, then puts his hand on the gun.
His fingers are twitching. That's a draw reflex. He's about to draw.
There we go. He was shot from a great distance. A sniper did it. This is kind of what we're leaning towards, and there's like a lot of people have gotten to that roof. Like Gart, the cafeteria manager. Actually, they are here. Point to the enemy. It was one of you. I've changed my mind. I can still change my mind, right? A sniper did it.
You think I'm fucking stupid, cop? What if I just shot one of your pals here, right now, huh?
There's a dangerous gleam in his eye.
How about the kid? Tell me. The magic fucking sniper. One more time.
What if I just shoot one of your pals right here now? Well, don't like that.
Listen, please. This cop and this drumhead court marshal won't decide who...
Think, why doesn't he believe me? Oh... Someone's about to... If we fail this, Lizzie's dead. It's red checks all around.
The Hardy Boys confessed to hanging him, all together. Titus said we took him out back and hanged him. He said it loud, in a public place.
Wait, they didn't confess. Do I still get to trust that the game is letting me use the wait buttons to save time? Or to get further dialogue? They didn't confess.
You're lying. DePaul heard.
He doesn't move the weapon.
You heard wrong. Your friend wasn't hanged. He was shot. We found a bullet in his head.
When they confessed, they were lying. The hanging was only a cover-up. Let's go straight to that.
Fucking liars.
Well, no one's gone down. He pulls the trigger. A plume of smoke erupts from the muzzle of his gun.
The shot rings in your ears, a low, tinny ring. Then the Hardy Boys yell something. The young woman stands and looks behind her. The shot has flown over her head, crashing a small pane of the glass window behind her.
I'm just like, whoa. I'm tense, man.
I missed.
Oh. Okay, he failed his hand-eye coordination check. We're still okay. Oh boy. The man looks at his revolver and smiles. Oh god.
I know what I heard, Corty. They said they killed him. They said it was a good way to end a Sunday night.
That doesn't sound good. You need to change the topic now, or there will be another shot.
Alright, I'm... Light the spirit bomb and launch it. On the one hand, I want content. And I don't want to, like, miss an option. On the other hand, I don't want to cost myself valuable odds. Oh, all these make me tense. Okay, think of an argument.
All right, here we go. This is an illegal tribunal.
Oh.
Brenner would never sanction this. Who's the commanding officer? Take your pick.
Oh, I just barely passed that. Okay, we have some options here.
You only have time for one argument. Choose wisely.
Gulp and something. Downwell gave me bonuses to this. Just a question, who's in charge of your unit after the death of your colonel? I'm gonna follow the context clues of this was a bonus modifier. We should ask about this.
What always happens when you get good at your job? That name meant night raids. Fucking extrajudicial funky time. Burn villages. Shit. It sounds bad on the radio. The same thing happened when we were called whatever the fuck it was. Probably won't be called Crenell for much longer.
Oh, their unit was called Downwell once. Okay. So, they changed their name of their outfit because they had a reputation. And they're like, no, we want a different reputation now. And probably not going to stick with this one after this mission. Mm-hmm.
Not after this shit.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, it's not much, but he's thinking about something else, and his hand is off the gun. This did something.
Okay. We got a bonus to our hand-eye check. You're all drunk. Look at yourselves. Now I feel better about doing this.
Yes. So what?
Your judgment is impaired. You'll regret this. I mean, you're going to regret not being able to hold a gun.
Nah. I'm clear as day. Fucking government ordained super soldier.
Well, don't you have a high opinion of yourself? He wipes the sweat from his brow.
Enough already! What is this? We didn't come here to fucking chat!
No, way too tense for this. Jeez.
Interrupt me again and I will execute you on the spot, Lance Corporal.
Got them arguing. Yeah. Yeah, they're kind of quarreling between themselves because they aren't calm. They're a bunch of drunks right now. While Pine's rep didn't approve of this. This isn't going to help anything. Talk about the hangman.
Dangerous. Ask about him first. You don't want personal facts about his dead friend coming out of your mouth. He has to start it.
Okay, ask about this man first, before anything else. Who are you, Corty? I mean, no shit, Sherlock. We're a smarter cop than that. We're a smarter detective than that. Who are you, Corty?
Sergeant Major Raoul Cortiner, reporting in to burn this fucking mud hut to the ground.
He points to the whirling in rags. Yeah, you know, military training does a real good job of making you stop seeing people as people. And stop seeing building as homes and, you know. Gets those notions of, like, ethics out of your mind. Real good.
As he moves, the interlocking pieces of his armor click softly.
Is that a helpful check?
Click, click, click. The realization comes to you, like a picture puzzle coming together. His name is Raoul Courtenay. The dead man's name is Elise Courtenay. He's brothers with the deceased.
Mm-hmm. Okay, so the armor clicking is my head clicking. Neat.
No, probably foster brothers. Elise was put into a foster home, remember?
Yeah. So we were thinking, right, we heard all this from, the radio lady. Alice? Thank you a lot, Alice. You're a big help right now. It was run the numbers.
For killing, maiming, and humiliating our commanding officer. You're all sentenced to death by lead.
Courtner, Nelly. I think we can do this whole tree. Courtner. I know that name.
He sways from left to right, inspecting you.
Rawl and Ellis Courtner. Look him in the eye. I'm sorry about your brother, Rawl.
He wasn't my fucking brother. We just grew up on the same farm and got beat into place by the same sick fuck.
You were foster brothers, I know that. And then went to the same military academy, the same unit, and the same war. That kind of makes you brothers also.
Same fucking mud hut town, too.
He looks around, then wipes his face with his armored glove.
Okay, good.
Nice. Alright, we're in. Thanks, Justin. His parents left him in a fucking leaf compactor.
Who? Laylee.
Yes, when he was small, just an infant.
We researched him. We contacted the ICP and looked at his birth records. That was in there. And other things.
Thank you for the backup, Kim.
They fucking put Laylee in a leaf compactor. And now these cunts finished the job.
He waves at the gang huddled by the doors. No, you're missing the point here, Cordy. We were connecting.
It's a mindfuck, Corty. He wasn't put in a leaf compactor. They're making it up to fuck with us. Major, permission to.
No. You spoke out of line again, DePaul.
Open fire. We can't have that. Interfere now.
Listen, you're Lily. Everyone says good things about him. He was a talker.
Fuck do you mean? Talker.
Charmer? Maybe? I don't know.
We've heard testimony. People say he was charismatic. A nice guy to be around.
Also a little fucked in the head, but you know. PTSD will do that.
Yeah. He liked to chat up the natives. Share leaflets. Squeeze a bit of kit tass here and there. Great fucking idea that turned out to be.
He points out to the yard. Angus, who said you could sit down?
If Laylee was here, he would spare the lot of you. Maybe shoot one for sure. But me, I'm not a big fan of public affairs, Clay Monkey. I'll gun every one of you down for what you did.
They make our murder victim mercenary sound like such a nice guy. After, you know, he went on a drunken rampage and swore up a storm about raping and pillaging.
Ready to open fire, Major. At your command.
No open fire.
This one isn't used to being suited this long. She's uncomfortable. We'll open fire just to hurry things along.
That sick fucking story that she told us. Ben Nightal 41.
Our colonel did what he had to do. It was either one cunt or 100 of them. Rude here.
I don't think any of that story was necessary. I think that was just a cruel act.
And your shit pipe's right in the fucking...
Indecipherable mumbling.
He likes to fire mortars at random coordinates. Wipe out mud huts like that. When he gets bored. Maybe he knew how to command.
He was a good commander. I can see you miss him.
Oh yeah, he would have commanded this fuckhell way better than I did. But that didn't happen, because Hayseed Bill and Kipsy the Kipt here.
Pointing to Titus and Eugene. Like, I know this is a fake-up, creative, made-up word, but maybe you could find something more creative to insult a person rather than just a slur.
Fucking murdered him. Had him stink the village up for 2 weeks after. And you fucks did nothing.
Hey, we got him down. We refrigerated him for a little bit longer. Felt around his skull. We did a lot for the hanged man.
Listen, man. We told you we...
Oh, Alan. Not the time.
Told us what? What did you say? Who said that? Tattoo fuck. You'll die first.
Okay. Let's interrupt again. He had blue eyes, didn't he? Your brother.
Baby blue, yeah. Like someone fucked up and put a baby's eyes on a grown man.
He smiles, pulling his face in a strange way.
It was creepy, but bitches like that shit, I guess. Or, I don't know what bitches like. I just know how to mow down plots.
Jeez. Heck of a villain they've built here. And, maybe you just need some bitches, Corty. Maybe that would help, probably not. I don't know what I'm saying. Your brother did not deserve to go out like that, I promise. I will find his killer. You know, Chet, sometimes I just say things. Like last week I was like, here's how you get out of a standoff with the cops. And that was bad advice, and I apologize for that.
Find his killer. Cop. His killer stands right there, shitting his pants, and you're standing in the way, protecting them.
No, it's not Hardy. We'll convince you somehow.
I know what this tactic is, Silo Sam. You're gonna die for them. Right here.
He stares at you, eyes pink from the alcohol, fingers tapping on the pistol.
Big talk, but that leaf compactor won't leave his mind anytime soon. It's a small thing, but it got him off center.
This has worked out pretty well. Oh, yeah. Okay. He's thinking about that leaf compactor, and he's thinking that he's a bad leader. Okay, so both of those other red checks only help improve this red check. I don't think either of these things will help. Oh, light the spirit bomb and launch it at him. Just Goku up. Ah!
With a crash of shattering glass and a terrible roar, the fire draws in oxygen. The bomb hits the mercenary in the chest, swallowing him in flames as he staggers backward.
In a good 10 with +5 modifiers. Plus our 3. Yeah, we really only failed on 2, so that's good. 1 or 2. Yeah. No, we only failed on 1, but besides that thought that's making our failures. Curious one. Yeah. Cool beans.
In the fiery inferno, you see your tie, coiling around the man's neck. It is no longer horrific, but beautiful and pure.
The perfect murder weapon.
I only ever wanted you to have fun, Harry.
It calls out to you one last time. Wait, I don't even know your name. What's going on with that guy? Wait!
My name, should you know it, is Jobson AS Men's Fashion Model, Colourful Tie, Catalogue number J327.
Oh, beautiful. Oh. You can turn down the microphone a bit. I think I'm peaking. We might be a bit too low, but I think I'm peaking. They've changed up the voice. Made it... Oh, it's still, like, in your face, but they've made it kind of handsome? Like, it's more old-timey radio announcer now. Is Gibson AS Men's Fashion Model, Colorful Tie, Catalog number J327. I know so little about you. How did we meet? We're going to say goodbye to this tie now, while we're frozen in time.
One day a sad man walked into a clothing store. He looked really darn like he hadn't had fun in years. He needed someone to show him how to rock and roll again. Jobson AS Catalog number J327 shone on the tie rack, trying to get his attention. The sad man picked it up and put it on. He looked at himself in the mirror, didn't smile.
Oh. But the expression. We definitely had our expression on. And I'm definitely missing that expression. This is gonna be fun.
And from that moment on, we rode together. The rest of your clothes were still normal back then, but we took care of that soon enough.
We went and got disco. Did we have fun?
Truthfully, not a lot. I did everything a multi-pattern necktie can do to help a man. I mean, I tried to get you to do all the fun things. Drink beer, drink wine, drink cider. Go to parties with young people around and drink beer and cider. Do drugs too, so you don't fall asleep. You had some fun, but not enough to heal you.
Aw. Well, we can still work on that. There's time yet to have fun. What's wrong with me?
Your heart is broken, Bratushka, and it cannot be mended. Believe me, I've tried.
Am I going to stay like this forever?
No, you're
A
going to be
broken
mowed
man.
down by gunfire from the 2 remaining mugs. So no, not forever.
Thank you. That's what I needed to hear. Who broke my heart?
You both did, Ratan. Deep down, you know it was both of you.
Takes two, as I say. What's going to happen to that guy?
This guy, well, his face has cracked open into a scream of terror. It looks like he's performing some sort of a shamanistic dance that requires you to be on fire. Yeah, his body contorts in a very disturbing manner. There's no mincing words with this one. He's dying a horrible, painful death as you're talking to your tie in your head.
We've made a good decision. You know, there was probably a non-violent solution to this, but we tried those things. May he find peace by his stepbrother.
It's good to see you still have capacity for compassion, my friend. Deep down, you are a good man.
Thank you, Necktie. Goodbye, Necktie.
See you on the other side.
The necktie disintegrates into molten heat, its last remaining embers letting out a pop and a crack that sounds like...
Harry, for God's sake! Watch out!
Well, time to duck. We're about to get shot at.
To your right, the killer raises his rifle and takes aim at you. His moves are steady, but the long barrel of the rifle sways slowly.
We've paused in time. Most of the Hardy Boys have run off. Oh, this is not a reaction speed check.
An Easter AR-FA-7, built for taking out light armored vehicles. It will devastate you.
Dodge shot. Kim, where's Kim?
From the corner of your eye, you see the lieutenant raise his pistol and aim it at Rude.
Is that what's happened here? Is Kim a lefty here? Blink, think. Do we have time to blink?
You stare down the barrel of the gun. You see Rude's mask behind it, his eyes in the slit of the helmet, like a camera lens, focusing on you. Absolute destruction.
I don't think anything else helps me here. This is gonna be like fight or flight.
Is there anything we could use to protect this frail body? That gun will tear us to pieces.
Yeah, this is a point blank shot out of a rifle. This is bad news.
A full suit of armor can't be too agile. You can shift direction faster than he can.
Reaction speed, we are faster. We have motoric space, bonus from items. We have space to grow on reaction speed. Okay. We've boosted it once. 72.
You leap left. A swarm of angry lead passes mere millimeters from your side, tearing fabric of your coat. Feels like the lightest of tucks.
Whoa. Oh, that was really tight. Stop. Joey, I'm alive.
The man tilts his head, trying to see through the clearing smoke for the next shot.
Oh, fuck.
Watch out. To your left. DePaul is about to take a shot too. At Kim.
Oh, fuck no you don't.
God, please.
Lieutenant says quietly, without trembling. He aims, face pale. And the hand-eye coordination is Kim's worst stat. Oh no.
Two shots ring at once. One from the lieutenant's pistol, and the other from DePaul's. It's aimed at the lieutenant, but it misses. You hear a scream behind you.
Who screamed?
Glenn, dying in a puddle of blood behind you. His mangled torso has 2 gunshot wounds. Blood gushes out of them like red geysers.
Was not expecting Glenn.
Oh God, watch out.
Yeah, we aren't done here yet. Looks like Kim made his shot.
You see 2 crazed eyes stare at you through the burning meat and the flames. With his face boiling off, the man raises his pistol at you. Then he squeezes the trigger.
Oh god. We've given ourselves the best odds, and it's not enough. Look the Burning Man in the eye.
The look of vengeance, framed by melting skin. This is the last thing he will do on Earth. But he will do it. He will end you.
Well, we're not just gonna let it happen. Let's give it our best. No. No critical success.
You can't. There is no time. Something inside your pelvis explodes. Your entire lower body is on fire, and your legs can't support you. You fall down like a rag doll.
Inevitably failed. Can't possibly do that. Can't possibly make... Oh man, it's because we're worn out from all that dancing that we just... Our hips are just like, we are done. We cannot handle anything more. You are too high-strung. And you're still in withdrawal.
The pain is too immense to scream. It pushes the air out of your lungs. Everything goes dark. A distant blur as you recede into it.
Listen through the darkness and the pain.
The Hardy Boys are screaming, fighting, dying. Someone jumps over you. Nearby gunfire shatters glass.
Stop!
Hey, Gart. Are you going to stop this?
The cop! Protect the cop! He's down!
Protect the cop? Oh, Hardy, I didn't know you cared. Touch your lower body.
Feels slick and warm with blood. The pain is too strong to know what has happened there. Even clutching to your consciousness takes everything you got.
What parts of me are missing? Oh, that's a scary question.
Most of what's down there.
Oh, God.
It's all gone. Open your eyes now. You have to see what's happening.
No, I don't.
No. It's just a fear. Even if... Who cares? No one wants you anyway.
Thank you? You know, no, that doesn't actually make me feel better. Try to open your eyes. What do I see?
Nothing. A persisting darkness. Dancing lights of pain. Distant shadows cast by them. Like a hellish play.
You're bleeding out.
I'm trying to see if we can make out anything here. I think I can make out Glenn. I think I can make out Kim. I think I can make out Gart. Edvit, a silhouette appears, crouching over you. You hear a familiar voice filled with urgency and fear. It's so dark. I can't see anything.
Stay with me. You hear me? Stay awake. Look at me.
But you can't. It's so hard. Your eyelids grow heavy, and the sounds ever more distant. And the cold comes over you. The lieutenant, too, is somewhere far away. Almost gone. When suddenly, you sense something behind him. A slender white shadow towering. Someone stands there, raising a pistol at him. The lieutenant does not see it. He's pushing down on your wound with both hands.
No, don't like that. Oh. No, don't like that.
Scream immediately. He's gonna die.
Just let the darkness take you. Kim, listen to me right fucking now. The lieutenant trusts you. The lieutenant truly trusts you. Kim, I need you to listen to me right now. No! Kim!
No, you say, and hand out your firearm to him. Your hand trembles, and your eyes are full of fear.
Okay, good. Glad I also had my gun on me. We got some real good odds there. Okay.
That's all it takes. There is no room for hesitation. The lieutenant moves like a spring unloaded. He grabs the gun from your bloody hand and fires behind him. You hear a faint scream, a woman's. Then the sound disappears, like someone pressed stop on the tape. The woman is gone. So is Kim. Then the whole world.
You know, if we were keeping score, that puts Kim ahead, 2-1.
This is death. One more door, baby. One more door.
Fall into darkness. Will I be a ghost now?
Brother, you already were a ghost. Up there, screaming along with all of them, scaring each other, haunting each other. It's the living who are ghosts. The dead are silent. They don't rattle windows or write letters in blood. The living do. Leave them behind. Rest.
No. Don't take me out, coach. No, let me back in the fight.
The fight? There is no fight. The fight is over. It was lost 1,000 years ago. You have laid here forever. Keep falling deeper. Take the door.
I could probably use a nap, it's true.
He's not taking it. His body is not taking it. Oh God, no. He's not disintegrating. He's swelling up instead. Over the hours, hurting, moaning in his sleep.
Oh no, I'm going to wake up. The horror.
And rotting. And being disinfected. And smelling of drugs and feeling saliva in his mouth. Drifting in painkillers. Thrashing in his won't sleep.
I really just need to take some deep breaths. Oh.
He can't go. Not before the case is solved.
That's what's keeping me on track, huh, Volition? Okay.
There was a radio in the distance. A radio of the world. Playing sounds. Good morning, Elysium. Soon you will return to the world. You're thirsty. Reach for the glass of water by the bed. The world is still there. Sleep some more.
Hours turn to days. Soon we will get up again and go through it again. Finally we know what the infernal engine was outside. The clarion call.
Call back to the beginning of the game.
The engine of a Caprice Kinema.
No, it was him. He is the infernal engine. Can't you see? He never stops. He only gets worse.
You sound upset, Limbic System.
You see the lieutenant's familiar shape in the orange jacket. It turns double, then triple, from the pain.
Kim? Kim, you're alive. Kim, I'm alive.
Sunrise, Parabellum.
I didn't even lose a health charge. The lieutenant's in the middle of a freshly cleaned room with the fan above his head like a halo. His face is covered in bruises. Ouch.
It's not ouch time yet. You just got the Dramamine pill an hour ago. Wait until it wears off.
Oh.
Dramamine. Then it's not that bad. Neither surgical nor organ damage bad, but still under the counter bad.
So prescription drugs, but not like, yeah, surgery or not like operating room bad. The room's clean.
Mr. Gart cleaned it. It took him an entire day.
Just one? How long have I been out?
2 days, in and out. You've been up enough to take Dramamine and curse, and drink water.
What did you say about sunrise? I thought my name was Tequila Sunset.
Sunrise Parabellum. Sunrise, prepare for war. It's an old revolutionary saying.
Are we about to fight a revolution?
Isn't that written on your...
My gun. It's engraved on it.
Cops like it.
Is it war today?
The gates of the harbor are boarded up. The streets are a little more empty. Apocalyptic violence is yet to erupt, I am relieved to say.
Yeah, so we... have we won?
I think we may have held it off, for now. Barely.
Are we down 3 mercenaries? Ouch.
That's right. Ouch, indeed.
What happened?
What happened? You threw an improvised petroleum bomb at the Major. A firefight ensued.
The tie made me do it.
He does not answer, and searches for something in his coat pocket instead.
Is he dead?
Very. He died in the hospital.
Oh, he made it to the hospital. So he suffered then. Oh dear.
A blood-stained killer.
I'm a killer. Well, we knew I was a killer.
You're an officer of the RCM.
But we have to reckon with that. He continues without waiting for a reply.
As retaliation, the rifleman tried shooting you. He missed, or you dodged.
I dodged. I know I dodged.
Then I shot and wounded him, while Glenn took a bullet in the spine. It was meant for me. Glenn did not survive.
There's a pause.
This is not the first person to die in his place. He goes on.
Titus, Fat Angus, and Theo charged. Angus and Theo did not make it. They both died before they made it to intensive care. Titus survives. So do Alain, and the musician. I forget his name.
Eugene?
Yes, he's still alive too. You were bleeding out. You said something, I don't know what. And you warned me. I was able to disarm Officer DePaul before she got the jump on me.
Disarm, you say? I assumed you just, like, shot her in the head. The one unarmored bit. Did I say something? I think I said something like, this is when I said it's all going dark. And I had a couple of different options.
Thank you.
I killed her. And that's what happened.
Goes for the cigarette. Whoa. Needs to make himself feel cool in this one. I thought you only smoked one a day. And they're all. I thought you only smoked one a day.
This is the one.
A little early in the morning. So they're all dead?
The Pole was the last to die. Everard had their bodies returned to Crenel for a funeral. Company is yet to retaliate.
Why?
Because we deterred them? Or Joyce did? Maybe the harbor in full lockdown is too costly a target. Or maybe they are simply taking their time and will attack soon. I don't know.
So you also killed?
He nods.
How many casualties on the Union side, total?
4. Glenn, Theo, Shanky, and Angus. The fat one, he took a lot of bullets.
There's a pause. And that's...
all.
It's a total shit show, Kim.
Yes, officer. 7 people are dead. It's not a success.
6 people is what the text says. Yeah, I think it is 7 because we have the 3 mercenaries and the 4 Hardy Boys.
But what's done is done. The violence is cordoned off. The Hornets did not get into the beehive. The worst scenario has not materialized. Yet.
He rubs his swollen chin.
And we are still alive. Both of us.
That does make me feel better, Kim, thank you.
He did not expect you both to survive once you stepped between those 2 armies.
Which of us did you think was going to die there, Kim?
His smoking, his hunched back. You have it worse, but he took a real beating. That cigarette has medicinal purposes.
How bad am I hurt?
Reasonably bad. You were shot in the left quadriceps. That's your thigh. The outer side, thankfully, no major arteries were nicked. The bullet was removed and a bacterial infection treated with mercurochrome.
Will I ever walk again?
We will see.
If it's possible, then by pure willpower alone, you are going to have to become a psycho-locomotor.
I am a psycho-locomotor. That's like telekinesis, but I tell my legs to move.
Good. You'll need to be. Whatever that is.
Kim's just being supportive. Has anyone from my station been here to see me?
No.
Not even Johnny's just downstairs.
A man and a woman sit in the front seat of an armored motor carriage. The woman is driving.
So, we've learned an important lesson about being aware of our power bars and power switches. So we're back in it, but you know what? I need a break. Just give me like 5 minutes. Get some water. It's all far too tense. We needed that release. Cool. again, chat. You notice anything? There you go, Crimson. Nice to have you. Whew. So, we've learned some important lessons tonight. About being careful with your big fat feet, big long legs. And that during that conversation, not once did it autosave. So, thankfully, there was no like side tracking stuff that we needed to take care of. We have all of our stats back where they were. We have all of our items back where they need to be. I don't know if there ever was a opportunity to save in there, but I would have at least hoped for a you know, a quick an autosave after we woke up. So, well, you know how this goes after we reload. That was like 90 minutes of playtime, and we can blast through this in like
just up ahead.
A few minutes.
You are prepared. Don't put away your friend, your weapon. It is glowing in your hand, ready to serve. The oily tail end of your necktie-turned fuse glistens in the cool spring light.
Kim, there's danger up ahead.
Yes, I hear commotion. Let's go.
I'm ready.
Good. Be ready to take damage.
Well, don't tell me that. Alright.
I'm all out.
Put your...
Shut up.
This is the mercenary.
Alright, so we're just going to
his chest rises and
breeze
falls
through this.
under the ceramic breastplate.
And maybe I'll just I might just turn off the audio because it's not gonna help. It's just gonna be distracting. Right. What do we do? So this is the police. Alright. Yeah, so that's like our last minute. I can see you're drunk. He kills?
He fucks natives up. Soldier of the apocalypse style.
Do you love that soldier of the apocalypse? Listen, they didn't do it.
Yeah. Ow.
His fingers are twitching. That's a draw.
Sniper dead.
He's about to draw.
You, how about...
Listen, please. This cop and this drumhead court marshal won't decide who...
Alright. So this is a point where Lizzie could die. Let's not fuck it up again. We didn't fuck it up the first time, it's fine.
The Hardy was confessed to hanging him all together. Titus said...
He was shot, not hanged.
You're lying. DePaul.
You heard wrong. She and his men have been helping us find the shooter.
The hanging was a cover-up.
The shot rim. The young woman stands.
I know what I heard, Cor.
That doesn't sound good. You need to change the topic now, or there will be another shot.
You're all drunk.
Yes. So
Judgment.
interrupt me again, and I will execute you on the spot.
There we go. Got them arguing.
All right, here we go. This is an illegal tribunal. You only have time for one argument. Choose wisely.
Just the question: who's in charge of your unit after your death occurred? Here's something new we can ask.
I am a Cornell major with over 15 years of live combat experience. When my colonel gets hanged by clay monkeys, I lead the platoon on a retaliation strike.
300 confirmed kills, you say? So you're the highest ranking of you three?
Nah, I just have the biggest gun.
He wraps on his armor barrel. I like chest. Hey, Steph. Happy birthday. A. 2. We're replaying this bit because I just had a critical IRL failure where I accidentally hit the power switch and kicked something I shouldn't have. I'm now sitting on my feet to prevent that from happening again.
Technically, the other man has the biggest gun, but we're beyond that now.
Well, then what's the highest rank in Cornell?
King Creeper.
He says without irony. Wow. As leader of this group, reconsider your actions. It does not need to end in blood.
You're right. But you see, I want it to end, don't you?
Okay, it's not much, but
Okay.
he's thinking about something else.
Alright.
And his hand is off the gun. This did something.
Alright, so that's working. Let's try these. We didn't last time.
You think I care what that company cunt thinks?
They love going to that word. Okay, let me just say one thing. Change the topic.
Fucking waste this book!
Yeah, I didn't. That seemed like a dead end. Anyways, where's Claudia?
Who the fuck is that?
Classic, the woman upstairs. Where is she?
She left!
Oh, good.
I know, punched, but keeping it together.
Gart, why are you out here in like line of sight?
What am I doing? My fucking establishment is under fire! You know how much windows cost?
Less than your life. Almost a Freudian slip there. I didn't mean that to say that, Gart. What do you mean she left?
She left! Her room's cleaned out! Right before these assholes showed up!
We should have arrested her.
The lieutenant whispers, his eyes still on the armed mercenaries.
You can feel how upset he is with himself. Just for a second. Then the fear takes over and he's back in the mood.
Hey, Bushman! Your little cunt isn't gonna help you out of this one!
She's gone. Forget it. Concentrate on this.
And Solution talking up about Clash again. Alright, so all this again.
Dangerous. Ask about him first. You don't want personal facts about his dead friend coming out of your mouth. He has to start it.
Why did I not get the who are you, Corty?
Sergeant Major Mao Morrison. Reporting in. Burn this fucking mud hut.
As he moves, click, click, click. No, probably.
For killing, maiming, and
Yeah,
humiliating
let's just-
our
He swayed.
Yeah.
saying fucking.
Okay, good.
Where is
It's a mine.
Open fire. We come. Fuck you. Wait on.
Can't have that.
It let
Ready to open.
This one isn't used to being seen.
out. He like,
he was?
oh, you fuck, listen. Told us what? What did you say? Who said, baby? It was,
He sways from left.
he wasn't my fucking brother. He just grew up on saying fuck.
Okay, good.
And conclude.
Fine, I know what this tactic.
Big talk. But that movement won't leave his mind anytime
Alright.
soon. It's a small thing, but it got him upset.
Back to this bit. No more talking. See, it's not costing us.
In the front.
Only
never wanted you to have fun, Harry. My name, should you know it, it's one dead troops and airs catalog number J.
This is gonna be fun.
And from that moment on,
Did we have fun?
truth, drink beer, drink wine.
What's wrong?
Oh, no, you both did.
This guy, yeah.
It's good to see you still have capacity for... See you
Goodbye.
on the other side. Harry, for God's sake, watch out!
Alright. It's only just starting.
To your right, you kill an Easter AR-FA-7 built for taking
This
its life
this
over.
check doesn't get better.
It will devastate you. You leap left. A swarm of angry men passes mere millimeters from your side, tearing fabric off your coat.
I cannot be killed. I am immortal.
The man tilts his head, trying to see through the clearing smoke for the next shot. Watch out. To your left.
God, please.
He's aiming for the ice lock in Rude's helmet. An extremely difficult shot. 2 shots ring at once. One from the lieutenant's pistol, and the other from the Paul's. It's aimed at the lieutenant, but it misses.
Kim, did he hit the rifleman?
Blood gushes from the helmet's eye sockets as Rude staggers back, disoriented. The sounds coming from his helmet are not human.
Alright, so Rude's probably dead.
An unbelievable shot from the lieutenant.
Who screamed?
Glenn, dying in a puddle of blood behind you. Oh God! You see
that?
2 crazed eyes stare at you
Yes.
through the
Animation
burning meat
skip.
and the flames. With his face boiling off, the man raises his pistol at you.
Made
Then
the shot.
he squeezes the trigger. You can't. There is no... The pain is too immense to scream. It pushes the air out of your lungs. Everything goes dark. Nothing. A persisting darkness.
You're bleeding out.
I should look at some of these other options. There's a white shadow that smells like apricots. It's always there.
Stay with me.
I can't forget it, even when I drank so much. It said I had a vast soul. Do I have a...
Yes, keep talking. You hear me? Stay awake.
But you can't. It's so hard. Your eyelids grow heavy, and the sounds ever more distant. And a cold comes over you. The lieutenant, too, is somewhere far away, almost gone, when suddenly you sense a slender white shadow towering. Someone stands. Scream immediately. He's gonna die.
No, not in this timeline either.
No, you say, and hand out your firearm to him. Your hand trembles, and your eyes are full of fear. That's all it takes. There is no room for hesitation. You hear a faint.
This is death. One more door.
The fire is not an
He can't. There is a raid. You're thirsty.
ours.
The engine.
No, it was him. He.
Yeah, just a couple minutes to get back on track there. See some other content.
You see the lieutenant's familiar shape in the orange jacket.
I'm
It
alive.
turns dark.
Sunrise, Arabellon.
Yeah, let's just go through these.
It's not
Dramamine. Then it's.
Mr. 2 days, in and out.
Isn't that written on?
Cops like it. The gates of the harbor. I think we may have held it off. That's right. Oh, what happened? You threw an improvised petroleum bomb at...
He does not answer.
Very.
A blood-stained killer.
You're an officer of... As retaliation, they're riflemen. Then I shot and wounded...
This is not the first person.
Titus, fat and... Yes, he's still alive too. You were bleeding out by then. I think you said something about your wife, and you warned me. I was able to disarm one of them, the Pole, before she got the jump
We
on me.
got a different one there.
Thank you.
I killed her. And that's what happened.
Yeah. We saw all this.
He nods.
This is the one. The poll was the last two because we did. Maybe they are simply taking their time. And 4. Glenn,
And
Theo,
that's-
all.
It's an absolute disaster. No, this is. If it was only a disaster before, it's definitely a shit show now. It was between the two before, but definitely a shit
Yes,
show now.
officer. 7 people are dead. But what's done is done. The violence is cordoned off, and we...
He did not expect you both to survive once you stepped between those two armies. His smoking, his hunched back. You,
Reasonably bad. You were
Can I
shot in
walk?
the left. We will...
if it's possible, then by pure willpower
The
alone,
psycholocomotor.
you are going to...
Good. You'll need to be.
This is where
Whatever that is.
This is where we stopped last time. Has anyone from my station been here?
No.
A man and a woman sit in the front seat of an armored motor carriage. The woman is driving. The man lights a cigarette. Jean Vicmer is his name. The asphalt vanishes under the wheels of the machine. Ahead, harbor cranes rise to the sky.
And thank you for joining our game in progress. If I remember, I'm probably just going to edit out that whole section, and we can just skip by all this. And then I can say welcome to the chat to Crimson and Stephanie, and I can say happy birthday to Stephanie again, and hi to Andrew too, because he's making dinner. It's all great. And no one has to know what happened and why there was like a 20-minute break.
Back to that shithole, he says.
Isn't that strange? That no one came to see me?
I called your station after the fight. The injury was logged in. They told me they've sent officers to join you on the site.
Odd. I haven't seen any. Have you?
I'm sure they're worried about you.
There's a pause.
That means he hasn't seen them around while you were out. They're not really worried about you. If they were, wouldn't they be here?
Nah, it doesn't hurt enough yet.
I don't know.
Are you hurt?
Not very. I have a concussion from that woman beating me with the butt of her gun. I tried to not move too much. Things would be worse if you didn't warn me. Thank you. I did not see her coming. Stupid of me.
Well, you were tending to my wounds, so you're forgiven, Kim. If not my station, then who treated me?
I did.
Thank you.
No need.
Alright. Time to see if we have legs.
Easy now.
Hey, we can stand. The tent turns double again. Before your eyes, an orange hue of pain.
Your balance is way off. You feel like you're about to fall over on that thing.
How are you?
My disco days are done. My pelvic thrust, Kim.
Your disco days should have been done quite a while back, Lieutenant Gefreiter.
You've seen me. What happens now, Kim?
I honestly don't know.
But I don't either. Someone has to know.
We can't talk to Everard. The harbor is in lockdown. Everyone in there is outside our grasp now. Joyce has left too, thanks to our meddling.
You don't think that was a good idea?
I don't know what to think. It might not have been a bad idea. There is a pin somewhere in the machine. Something is keeping Connell from sending in a death squad. Maybe it's her. Maybe she kept her hand. Either way, Ruby's gone. And Classio too. We really should have arrested her, you know?
Who did then, Kim? Who killed the hanged man?
I don't know. I think the theory you presented, it's someone else, outside our circle of suspects, was right. It's better be. Everyone within the circle is either dead or gone. Honestly, I think our investigation has not produced a single credible suspect.
His voice is calm, matter-of-factly. The fucking Maybells, the flowers. There's a lot here. The goddamn footprints, the antique bullet. You know what I think about solving crimes. Alright. So there's a conclude, so I think we can just go through all of this. This is because I'm La Putamedle's peon, isn't it?
Don't be narcissistic. Half the cops in Revachol West are his peonies. Even if you are, it is not a decisive factor in this case.
That does make some sense.
The fucking Maybells, Kim.
What?
Yank out the dried flowers.
Every piece of garbage in the city is not connected to the case. You don't have to keep everything.
Oh, you don't know me, Kim.
He's wrong.
That's all I got? No, Kim. Every piece of garbage in the city is connected to the case.
Okay.
He concedes, clearly not meaning it. What about the hole in the... Well, not me. The wall. Someone checking her out.
I don't know. That's been there for years.
Potentially. The goddamn footprints. I mentioned that earlier. The goddamn
Yes.
footprints.
God curse the footprints. Not solving the case for us. Au diable.
There's still a 28% chance the shot came from a sniper?
We should go upstairs, rethink the ballistics in situ. I agree with this. What else?
See? There's that. You can do ballistics.
Alright, Volition's like, hey, case not over. Antique bullet. How hard can it be to find one?
It's extremely easy. There are thousands lying around. We found one. All completely unusable. It's precisely how easy it is to find one that makes the bullet useless.
There are all these old bunkers and weapon caches. Revolutionary era. Yeah, that bunker.
We could find thousands more if we wanted. All of Revachol is full of them.
But that one on the coast.
But they seemed so mysterious.
I'm just gonna say nothing.
There's a little pause. He says nothing as well.
You know what I think about solving crimes?
He arches his brow. The ceiling fan patiently spins overhead.
Solving crimes is hard. And I do it every day.
It really is very hard.
You're not ready to give up, are you?
No. Are you ready to limp?
I'm ready. Let's limp.
Good. Where do you want to limp to?
A gust of wind blows in from the bay. The duraluminium box around you vibrates imperceptibly. A familiar cold, a red thread on the roof upstairs. Taut, plucked like a string by the gust.
Shiver says we should go upstairs.
Why not?
We're on day 7 now, by the way. He extinguishes the cigarette on the sole of his boot.
Another look at the window, perhaps? The one he was shot through. I don't know. I can't think of anything better.
Okay. Quick save. Newly replaced glass shining in the morning light. You hear traffic outside. Back in the world again. Oh, we're back in society. The stereo A player has been reunited with the right speaker. Look, the door's open. You can walk into Kim's room. Gleaming white enamel, no bottles inside.
The fan stands still.
Yeah, let's go walk over into Kim's room. Oh. The alarm is set for 6:50 a.m. Medicinal supplies in the cupboard. Mercurium, a scalpel, antibiotics. All things you need to treat a growing
These
boy.
papers bear the stamp of the RCM. They appear to be fragments of the lieutenant's paperwork, half finished. You make out notes on this and other recent cases.
I had Garth open the door to your room. You were running a low bacterial fever the first night.
Thank you for keeping this alive for a little longer. I saw apocalyptic visions of darkness behind darkness, beyond darkness.
Behind darkness, I get it. Let's go.
Quick question. We don't need that anymore. New area. Just need to check. Ouch, that leg hurts. Maybe if you didn't run, it'll be okay. No. Well, I'm not gonna not run. Hey, item. She's left something on the table.
Next to the stack of bills, you see a note. A few lines jotted down in large, uneven handwriting, just as the writer was about to rush out the door. I'm sorry. I fucked everyone over. P.S. I didn't kill him. P.P.S. Gift upstairs.
Is it speed?
A gift.
You left in a hurry. Is it speed?
I am not drawing my gun. Yet. But I don't like gifts.
He says he's not, but his hand moves instinctively toward his holster as he studies the note. Relax. Not everyone is out to trap you.
She left in a hurry.
It's hardly surprising.
Do I want to change? Maybe a little bit. I think I like that one. Maybe I do want logic. I will put on the logic cap. Actually, let's just check in here. There could be more than drugs.
The medicine cabinet is pity.
I was kind of hoping the gift would be in here.
Of course you were. How does that work anyway?
What work?
Amphetamine. Does it make you a better detective?
Well, since you asked, yes.
There is little condescension in his phrasing. More measured curiosity. Be honest, he's not grilling you. He just wants to know. Ask if he's ever wanted to take it too.
Honestly, it makes me the detective I am. Have you ever thought of taking it too?
Maybe I should.
Oh no, we're bad friends.
It's not insincere. He's actually given it thought.
Oh no. Kim, don't give in to peer pressure.
Isn't the pupils and the gurning jaw, the sweating, Doesn't it become tiring after a while?
Ah, man, that's the best part. I'm too high on parole to notice. Before you ask, parole is used for radiation sickness. There's no positive spin to this. Looking like a beast in heat is a serious downside, yes.
I thought so. Should we go?
Just gotta clean out this room.
Mm-hmm.
There's the autosave. Oh. Excuse me. A literal red thread. Drawing a trajectory. Well, we've passed this visual calculus check before. From the radio antenna, which provides a better sight, whereas tied to the antenna. Did the killer use the radio antenna like a scope? Like aim here to get into to hit the person in the head? Where's our Kim, wait, you have anything? Anything on this side? Wait, I'm waiting for a prompt.
You clearly see footprints.
Jackpot. D.
In the bedroom. The window. Let's do it that way. Also don't need to be holding this stuff anymore. Still want the sword though. The window.
You see the same two neon-lit shapes, a man and a woman, only now a red thread bisects the room, pointing from the antenna outside to the cupboard on the wall.
Well, it's not pointing out in a direction that we were looking at.
This is ballistics. She's left a trajectory for us.
The lieutenant tests the thread with his finger. Drawn taut, it rebounds instantly.
A ray of backward motion explodes from his mouth to the roof outside, A prime, to then widen into a radius of locations in Martinez. B prime, B double
Where does the
prime,
three
and B
thread lead?
It suggests the bullet came from the extreme upper quadrant of possible angles, from a point beyond the roof. B triple prime.
Okay, so one we did consider, but just way...
The island in the bay.
Is she telling us the shot came from the islet?
Unless she thinks the perpetrator was standing on the ring antenna. That is where the thread seems to point.
How did she know to do this?
She was there that night. She would have known precisely where the bullet hole was in the glass.
She had a long time to think about it after, standing on that roof, staring at the glass.
Oh, right. The glass, the window was replaced, so we never knew where the bullet came from. We never knew the trajectory of the bullet, so we couldn't draw. We didn't have 2 points to draw from. We only had the one. That does matter.
It also looks like there may be more to her skill set than we know. The question is, should we trust her?
Well, she ran off. In fear for her life. Fucked everyone over on the way out. I just don't know.
Indeed. Neither do I.
This is also a location we have yet to rule out.
So it is.
Let's proceed.
For a second he seems tired.
You seem enthusiastic.
I just haven't gotten a lot of sleep these past few days.
Yeah.
He doesn't really believe this will yield anything.
Maybe we need to go to the islands? The wind blows in from the open window. The lieutenant sighs, looking into the cold distance across the water.
The lead is flimsy. You might as well go around Martinez, looking under every rock and talking to every person. But what else is there?
What else is there?
Not a lot, no.
Kim, let's go to the fucking island. Go enthusiastically. I'm going to the island. Are you in?
Of course, of course. I mean...
Takes a second to gather himself, and then...
How do we get there? Joyce Messier had a sloop, but she's gone.
We have Lillian, our date.
Ah, yes, of course. The village. Let's go.
A red thread runs through.
Excuse me. Oh, hey. How's our composure looking?
Hi again, gendarme. Bye-bye, gendarme.
Alright, well... I really want this to work, so... First, quick save. I mean, Kim and me are ride or die now. He won't care if I... do a little Preptide in front of him. Maybe not the speed bottle. Maybe just a little Preptide. Right. How's our good cop, bad cop points? Yeah, look at that. We're such a good cop. We deserve a little treat. And some drugs to fix that. And a little upper to our reaction speed. Yeah. Or composure. And a state... And
Hi again, Chandar.
Stat of 8. Look at that.
Could he be a member of the homosexual underground?
Hey, we got the check.
Just pointing it out.
Worth
We're
it.
not talking about some kind of cult with members here. You made it up.
Welcome to the homosexual underground, chat.
The homosexual underground?
The smoker sits up immediately, his eyes wide with amused surprise. A honeyed smile lingers on his lips.
Why, yes, I am, officer. Why? Do you want to investigate?
Yes, I want to hear more about this homosexual underground you're a part of.
Oh, it's a pleasure group. A sub rosa pleasure group congregating in cellars under the cover of night. Saturday night. Sometimes even Friday night.
What about your Sunday friend? Thursday night?
Or Thursday night. Sometimes the congregating doesn't even end. It carries on into our daily life.
He lowers his voice conspiratorially and looks around. Why do you convene? What do you do?
Oh, we're ambitious. We want to destroy the last vestiges of meaning, the last things people in Revachol have to hold on to, the true symbols of security. The meaning of man and woman, mother and father, their marriage.
Down with the sanctity of marriage, says the smoker.
Everything will be constantly shifting and moving under our rule. The future will belong to a circus of identities just spinning around, surreal and unreal. You won't even know who you are anymore.
Other questions? I had other questions, really. Does that have anything to do with disco?
Yes, we listen to a lot of disco.
Oh.
Some say we engineered disco to spread our vision of a vertiginous, ever-changing society, where all there is a razzle-dazzle of gold. We are going to change the family unit with all this razzmatazz and finger dancing. And with mysteries. Of course, the mysteries are also of sexual nature. Very esoteric.
I do like disco. Maybe I should get into it.
You can't just get into it. You have to be born into it. One is either already in the homosexual movement or forever excluded from it.
What if I can't remember whether I'm in it or not? What if I can't remember anything about my life, aside from the fact that I like disco?
Beautiful. Beautiful. That's exactly what we're looking for. Who knows, maybe you were homosexual in the past. Maybe all of that has been repressed.
We got shoved back in the closet. The smoker crawls up to you like an animal preparing to jump. He circles his hands around you.
I have to say that you do look like someone who might be part of the underground. You have that very distinctive, I can't understand what's going on here look.
Oh, wow. This is going to be like a 20-hour mind project for me. 20 hours at least.
Absolutely wonderful.
A man like you can figure out his sexuality in a working day. It won't be 20 hours unless you want to enter the heightened realms of the phantasme erotique afterwards. It may be 20 hours or more, but that would be on your own time.
Oh, man. We can think about our sexuality and our fetishes.
Bye-bye, gendarme.
Alright, what are we clearing out here for? What's giving us all these messes? Art degree, Wompty Dom, our communism, and communism. That one probably could go. Psych caps up one. Find better loot in locked containers. I feel like that one's over. Yeah, I don't think there's anything more really be gained here. We might find out otherwise, but I think we're good. All right, let's internalize this thought. Chad, I knew you would like this thought. So I made a point of doing speed in front of Kim. What the heck? Un jour, je serai de retour près de toi. One day I will return and be next to you. This looks like my writing, but I don't think I could have done it.
The graffito has been painted over the traces of the fight that took place here. It smells of blood and heavy fuel oil.
Oh, this is Cindy's work.
This was Cindy the Scar.
Looks like Cindy finally found the words for her masterpiece.
The lieutenant crouches, touching the fuel oil with his finger.
Looks like it, yes. This is still fresh. It wasn't here yesterday.
Smell the heavy fuel oil.
And blood. Some of it is even yours.
Oh.
Heavy fuel oil. Isn't that flammable?
Ooh. Okay.
The fuel oil catches fire immediately with an ominous hiss. A bright orange flash across the surface of the letters. Black smoke rises from the burning message.
I do hope this is like a quick burning fuel fire and not like a we've done something bad. Shout the name of the game. Disco Elysium.
The lieutenant has taken a small step back. He looks at your face illuminated by the flames and nods silently. Then the fire falters. The flames warmed him too. Not at all in a bad way.
Let's go to that island.
Slowly, the flames subside, the fuel burning out. The air still smells of mazout and springtime.
Hey, buddy. How you doing?
Mon Dieu! You set it on fire. What kind of a policeman are you?
The heavy fuel oil was an environmental hazard. I had to get rid of it.
Oh, of course. I didn't think of it. Good job, officer.
That's right. Never question me again. Alright, so we have some fun conversations to have there. Kuno, you saw what went down, didn't you? You have opinions.
Everyone says you started crying in the middle of a firefight and then bled like a pig. I guess that was cool.
I guess that's true. I was cool.
Cool. That's very cool to Kuno.
Thanks, kid.
Just don't think because you got half your dick shot off and you're an invalid now, Kuno's gonna treat you different.
Hey. It was the outside of the thigh.
Kuno doesn't reward weakness. It's business as usual with Kuno. Kuno's cold like that.
He looks at your pathetic limp.
Watch out, pig. It's a dangerous world out there. But Kuno's got his eyes on you.
What's that supposed to mean?
Who knows?
Kuno starts doing the I got my eye on you gesture repeatedly. Everything is different now.
I'll die before I squeal.
Let's pop over and see Cindy. Thank her for her encouraging words. Can we see the island from here?
This coin-operated viewer is facing south. The instruction manual. Why place a tourist attraction in the middle of such poverty?
There was a revitalization project in 49. A design studio tried restoring Martinez to its pre-war glory. It didn't stick. They got as far as the street lamps and that statue on the intersection before something went sour. I suspect it was Evrard's class doing. He muscled them out. It's how it usually goes around here.
Cool, I love organized crime. It's the best.
That's odd. I could swear you were a police officer.
Insert a coin.
Your money disappears into the coin slot. A clunk. The ring of metal. The curtains on the display open. You lean in to catch the view. It's blurry. Different blues and greens. In the middle of the shimmer stands a drab grey shape, like a ghost.
Turn the knob to focus your vision.
The lenses shift. The ghost sharpens into an islet in the bay. In the
That's what I'm
ruins,
looking
a
for.
man-made structure is visible. A half-sunken sea fort. Its concrete almost reconquered by nature. It looks as if it was abandoned quite some time ago. Nothing but a rotten tooth remains of the anti-aircraft tower. A lonely birch tree grows out of it.
Tower, you say?
Its leaves ripped from it by the winter wind.
Hang in there, little one.
The little brave birch tree seems to wave back in the wind.
There are ruins of some kind of building out there.
Really? I don't have the eyesight to make it out.
The lieutenant takes off his glasses and cleans them. Could the shove come from there?
Can you tell? From this distance? I don't think it's possible.
It's not. The details are blurry. There's water vapor in the way and waves cut into the islet.
No Cindy out here to greet us? Well, let's go find her home then. Balcony, balcony. Ooh, hold on. We found a book hiding in here. Balcony, balcony. Hundred tiny feet scurrying beneath the grate. Rats of the city. Fire. Suddenly you feel the box is on fire. Why? Oh! Drugs. Where'd you go, Cindy? Kuno de Ruter is the name on unfinished homework. From 2 years ago. Balcony again? Where'd Cindy go? I'll forget it. Went to the village on the coast, officer. See you there. I don't know. Maybe Cindy went after Joyce. Alright, well, I got one more place to look here.
Inside, you see a set of steering levers, a radio microphone, a pull-out toolbox.
This is Precinct 57. How may I assist you?
Precinct 57, we've been attacked. I repeat, Lieutenant Kin Kitsuragi and...
Something is wrong. Only static hisses through the speaker.
Hello?
No reply. Only the mindless drone of static crawling through the air.
It's been this way for a while now. My guess is the Union is listening in on our conversations and jamming outward communications to protect themselves from Cronel. It only happens when someone mentions the attack. The rest is unaffected. Our best bet is to carry on like nothing happened. That is, if we don't want us cut off the grid completely.
Isn't that dangerous?
No more dangerous than stepping between 3 armed mercenaries and 8 Union men, I hope. I don't like it either, but that's the way it is. The street seems safe enough to me. If anything, taking out the mercs made things calmer. For now. You can try calling again. Just don't mention the tribunal. And remember, they are listening in.
Everything sounds okay. No drumbeat of total war yet. If anything, everything sounds too okay.
Cool. Cool.
In the cabin, you see a set
Pick up the radio again.
This is Precinct 57. How may I assist you?
Connect me to the 41st, please.
Just a moment, officer.
10-4, come in, officer. Over.
I'm happy to report that I've found my badge.
10-4, sir. Glad to hear that. I'll write down that there is no need to issue a new one to you then. Over.
I have successfully located my 9mm Villiers pistol. It's on me now, and I won't lose it again.
10-4, sir. Roger that, and very glad to hear it. I will make relevant changes to the report.
Jules, I've heard that some people think of me as a La Puta Madre peon. Do you think I'm a corrupt cop?
10-4, sir. Well, there have been some talk, sir.
There's a pause as he mulls it over behind the enormous radio microphone. I was hoping for a straight no. What do you mean some talk? Do they think I'm corrupt or not?
I only meant that there have been some talk in the station, that's all. But there are always some talk in the station. You know how officers in Jamrock are. But then again, some of us truly are on the take. It's unfortunate. Over.
Thanks.
Roger that, 10-10, over and out.
Roger that, 10-10. Well, that's not encouraging. Is that done? Well, we get to find out. Maybe. That's not an answer,
man,
guys.
You're alive. Almost.
Alive and limping.
Sort of alive? Man, what a day. I missed out on most of the action, but I heard it was quite the encounter. Had a strong sense of finality to it.
And yet, we're still here.
So what's next? You guys heading back to Jamrock now? Talk is local union muscle were behind it all. I'd reckon the case is closed, even if it kind of turned into a shit show.
I'm still looking around, loose threads to tie up and all.
Good luck with that, my man.
Do I have any postcards to sell? I'm very close to those good shoes. And then I could really have the full flan set.
Between you and me, this is why I don't get involved in local politics.
You're calling this politics?
In its purest form. Now, what can I do for you? Sure, let me have a look. Anything else you're thinking of selling?
Looks like I don't have a lot to sell. I don't think I need that anymore. I just need a little bit. So this is fun. A faded Martinez 98. A faded picture postcard from the end of the last century shows Martinez as it was before the revolution. Oh yeah, you can see the tall buildings and the docks. The height of the summer Rue de Saint-Ghislain is teeming with a parasol-wielding bourgeoisie, and wild pines flags buttress the walkway. Nothing is written on the back. There we go. We're up to 50.
Another time.
Give me those good shoes.
Wow!
Wow, what?
A cop limping down the street, bleeding from the shoulder, face bruised, looking like hell? You know what that is?
A Tuesday?
Cool! That's cool!
He nods and settles back on the ballot boxes.
The speakers below are banged up and worthless.
I need those flan
The
sneakers.
sneakers triumph over them.
Super cool! Now the premium lifestyle is yours, officer.
I felt premium.
The sneakers seem to vibrate in your hands with an almost mystical energy.
No way, officer! These aren't for sale. They're bad speakers.
I need them.
Well, if you want them. On the one hand, these speakers are socialist garbage. Okay, officer, they're yours. For 50 cents.
This is looking a lot more cleared up, but I think it's just checks I'm not going to take. Interactables. Let's put on those shoes. Yeah, those would have been helpful in that fight just now. Well, that's fine. Anything new to report here?
The trap is full of locusts, but they seem weak. Poor things.
Nothing new to report there. Elysium. How's your boat doing? Everything's fine and good, right?
Our tenant, the policeman. I hope the waves don't keep you up at night. What can I help you with?
I got shot!
Aye. Even I can see that. I told you not to bring your trouble with you, policeman. We've got troubles of our own here. Though I suppose you took the worst of it. Turns out you were your own ill omen.
I guess you're right. The men with guns were coming for me after all.
I'm not sure those were the last of the men with guns either. There are always more coming for your kind, officer.
Then we'll be ready for them.
Somehow I doubt that.
Officer, what happened? You're limping. Why are you limping? You look terrible.
I feel great.
You're not limping. You're you. She sounds almost disappointed with you, reprimanding you for falling and hurting your knee.
You seem angry. Why?
Look at you. You can barely walk.
I'm fine. It's nothing.
Doesn't look like nothing. Looks like you've got banged up real good. What happened to you anyway? We heard gunshots from the town. They were closer than usual.
There was an exchange of fire on Rue de Saint-Guilain. It's nothing to be worried about, madame.
You didn't only get shot.
I dodged the second shot. I can also not get shot.
Well, good for you.
You should see the air guys, Arlen. I have a question for you.
Of course. Can I help you with something?
Oh, there was a whole whack of options that I didn't really read. We need to get to that island.
That won't be a problem. It's wind still and the tar just dried. We've got 2 days of relative sunshine ahead.
What's on that island? I saw some kind of ruins through the binoculars.
Used to be some kind of fortification there before the war. For the communards. An anti-aircraft gun, I think. Bombed to bits in the landing. I haven't been there myself. Always steered clear of it.
Hasn't been there herself. Who has then?
How do you know it's there if you haven't been there?
My husband used to drink there. Him and his drinking buddies. Always seemed like a bad place to drink to me. People died there during the landing, you know. My mother told me.
This must be one of the many fortifications that was used in the dying days of the revolution against coalition forces before they took this city.
The kids sometimes go there too. I know they do, on rafts. I tell them not to, but they bring back old bullet casings and such.
Which kids? The 5-year-olds?
The twins.
What?
God forbid they bring the girl along on some rickety barge.
Seriously?
Can we maybe ask your twins about that place before we go? Would that be alright?
Be my guest. They've a strange way of talking. See if you can get anything useful out of them. I seldom do.
Is there anything I should... Can we borrow your boat?
If you promise to bring it back, and no scraping the hull, I just got it nice and yellow, and no drinking on the boat, and no joyriding either.
It seems like a lot of rules.
Of course, ma'am. It's only for a day or two. Official police business.
Aye.
What if I want to rock? You didn't say no rocking.
See, that makes me not want to lend you my skiff. On a boat, rocking leads to capsizing. That there is an absolutely 100% rock-free skiff. You got that?
2 days of sunshine. I just got a bacterial infection.
I'm sad to hear that. Take care of that with ether, will you? Don't get too many RCM men round here. Be sad to lose the first one.
Anything else I should know?
Well, most of it's sunken. Underwater. That means concrete underwater. Cut your boat if you're not careful. Be sure to enter from the south side. Water's deep there.
Okay.
Aye, Captain.
Thank you.
Please be conservative with the fuel, will you? Just filled her up, but it's a small tank.
You seen you. Hey, twins, what do you have to tell me? What have your elf eyes seen?
The scruffy-haired little boy kicks a stone while the other watches him do it.
You must be Lillian's twins.
Lily's mum.
Okay, kids, you've been to that island, right?
On that island?
The one who's busy kicking his stones points to the bay. Yes, that one.
That's, nothing. It's just a seafort and some plants. You can take a raft there. It's great. And we make a fire. We make a fire.
Well, that's cute.
Gather the sticks for the fire. And bullets. Or not real bullets, empty bullets.
Those are still real bullets.
Bullet shells. There are a lot of them left over from the war, but this could be important.
You mean shells?
I don't know what those are.
What then?
They're lights. The fire guy comes and asks us to put the fire out.
Who's the fire guy?
Your nerve endings sting from the mention of a guy.
What do you mean, guy?
They must mean a human being on that island, but it's cut off.
Someone lives there?
No.
The boy answers, shaking his head vehemently.
Yes.
Let's go with yes.
Why is he the fire guy?
Because he asks to put the fire out.
Why does he ask you to put the fire out?
I don't know. He doesn't like it. He don't like people to be there. You shouldn't go. Yes.
The other one adds laconically, standing with his hands glued to his sides like a little tin soldier.
Because he doesn't want to be found. Smoke traces.
You guys mentioned something about lights?
I don't know.
Did you mean there are electrical lights?
He points at the street lamp for reference.
Yes.
He looks at his toes. Do you know anything else about this guy? Age? Does he live there?
No, he doesn't live there. I don't think. No, he lives there. Been there twice, 2 times. He doesn't live there. He isn't there sometimes.
Pauses to think, then comes to some kind of conclusion.
Anything else? What does this guy look like?
I don't know.
They both say almost in unison. How come?
We ran. He just yelled we shouldn't be there.
Okay, so he didn't stop to talk to the 5-year-olds. He just yelled at them. Your father used to go out there, didn't he?
Our father killed himself.
That's a dark thing for a child to say.
Don't say that. He didn't.
His brother punches him. The boy's eyes well up like he's about to start crying. Your father did not kill himself.
I don't know.
The boy who made the claim finds himself unsure. He looks around.
Doesn't even have anything to do with this, you. Father isn't the fire guy.
The other watches him, brows knitted.
The two things are unconnected. Your question didn't make sense.
Is that all you know? Is there anything more you should tell me about the island? Tell me about the island?
There's
The boy says, rubbing his eyes. It's clear he has no intention of finishing that sentence.
Lights, fire guy. We should check up on that island.
Bye, kids. How are our tasks looking? Go to the island. Oh, that one's just stuck. Find all the armor pieces. We're just looking for that helmet now. And the ones that are like, this could take a while. Alright. Skip time.
With a small steering engine in the back floats on the calm mirror of the sea. Its 2 seats are empty. Once you get in, that's it. One pull of the starter handle, and you're off into the bay. A strange trepidation comes over you. Are you sure you want to go now?
I did just save. And that does put us into the legit endgame. Do we want to finish tonight? We could potentially save this for next week. I don't know. I'm thinking about it. I mean, we may as well. I'm thinking we'd go for it tonight.
Have you made all the necessary preparations? Closed all your accounts?
I saved the game before we went off.
Remember what the net picker said. It's a small tank. You won't be going back and forth on this.
They're like, yeah, no coming back, guys. You take the engine, Kim. I'll hold the boombox.
What?
What? How else do we blast Sad FM on our way to the island?
Fine. Let's blast Sad FM then.
Sad FM is a radio station specializing in sad, slow rock songs. You seem to know its frequency by heart.
I don't know if it'll actually put the boombox in my hand, but we need to hold it. There we go.
The skiff float once you get... Have you made... Remember what the net picker...
Get in, right to the island. It's time to go.
Want to be free. Want to be free.
I do still have streamer mode on, so this is like the copyright-free version of the song that we're getting. The public domain version.
Want to be free. Want to be free. It will last forever.
Disco Inferno.
Want to be free.
boat comes to a slow stop. The lieutenant turns the engine off. Then there's silence.
What are we looking at here? We have an oil spill coming out of the coast, coming out of some pipe here. We have seagulls flying around and shitting on things. We have a little hut shack with hazard signs on it.
In the silence, a sputter of wings. A flock of quails takes off in the distance. There is very little wind here today. The ghost is standing still. You look at your arms, then the cliffs above you. Let's go.
Well, it helped us on the way here, but we maybe don't need that in our hands. A makeshift bridge. The bombs are powerful enough to break the foundations. I maybe don't need the There's a chain trails off into the ocean.
The chain trails off into the ocean, connecting the island to the supply depot on the coast.
This leads to the depot on Land's End.
Ah, yes, so it seems.
What do you think it was used for?
For bringing munitions to the island, maybe? And supplies? You could also lock the bay when you raise the chain.
As a defensive measure, lock it off that side of the bay.
Lock it off from whom?
From enemies. Enemies of the commune of Revachol. This sea fort was a revolutionary fortification, I believe.
Finish that. These tires are falling apart. They're at least 50 years old. Oh, the tires on the top. Alright, I have to go up if I want to progress. These stairs feel ancient. Shoulders' feet ran up them long ago. There's a lingering trace of mazout in the air, which we know is that fuel leaked out of the barrel, black, viscous. Attention, inflammable. Warm air from inside the building. It's warmer there than out here. Hey Andrew, do you want me to update you on all the Netflix anime stuff announced? No, I'm good. I'll give you that hot take for free. I'm good. I will wait until I finish this game. Little Birch from the coin-operated viewer, still holding on. No way to get up there, the stairs are gone.
ICM. This feels familiar somehow.
RCM. It sounds like RCM, the Revachol Citizens Militia.
It does.
Why is that?
The RCM may descend from the ICM.
May?
It's impossible to say. It was chaos after the war. The name was good for getting people to join us. Revachol West was mostly workers and criminals.
Nice political thoughts rush through your neocortex.
Ooh, political thoughts.
A mediocre athlete would pant from dragging around his body on a busted crutch. But not you. You're thinking about politics, with blood dripping down your thigh.
We're on a busted crutch. What I'm hearing is we descend from the glorious Revolutionary Army. It's a little embarrassing in 51, though. Maybe we should rebrand? RCM ICM sounds like ICP. Very close to international collaboration, please. Nice and normal way. I just want it to be a normal right-wing police force, that's all I want.
There were all sorts of groups and groupuscules back then. It doesn't really matter.
Kim, what is the ICM?
Insulindian Citizens Militia. It's the official name of the Communards Army. The black and white army of the revolution.
Sounds an awful lot like.
A white star.
No, an upside-down star.
Right, symbol of the revolution.
With its horns in the sky. The symbol of the commune.
Are those speck stars too?
No, that's the uninhabited archipelago.
A DeLorean-era symbol of Insulinda, known as the face in the sea.
Looks old. What's it still doing here?
After 44 years? That's not nearly enough to hide what happened here, Lieutenant Gefreiter. One of these barrels was still leaking fuel, as you saw. The city is full of things like this. Old bullets, guns, fuel.
Finish that. Oop, breakthrough in it.
Cleaning out the rooms. What if you didn't lose your memory? What if something in Martinez came and stored it all away, for you to slowly open one box at a time, so you can choose which parts to keep? Keep almost none of it. Only the flowers on the windowsill. Only the distant sound of a radio. Lose all the actors, the dark shadows. Leave only the still lifes. The blissful distant wash of waves. If everybody knew, you never did. She'll be coming soon. That is all.
Interesting. Just pile away all that other stuff and keep to the good. Ooh, look at that. Wake up in a new life by the seaside. Everything. Pluses to everything. Nice. I want it over here. I can't get over there, so I guess I have to go through the building here. I think I'll try to aim south first. To the right. Oh. Okay, now we got a new area. There? Careful, these stairs have collapsed. Oh. There's a big... just a whole bunch of machinery, and we have to find our way around. This was once an armament rest. Twin cannons were attached here. Medium distance, large caliber. Anti-aircraft, you say? Hey, a bed.
There's a greasy old spring mattress in the corner, resting on piles of soft cover books. White linen and a pillow are visible under a worn-out caracal blanket.
We could sleep there for the night.
Someone has been squatting here. The linen is fresh, recently washed.
How recently?
A flash of pain interrupts you, making you wince instead of letting the words out.
Oh.
You know, officer, you can rest here if you are feeling tired. I will keep watch. You could use some rest for what's ahead.
Need to ask rest in the flak tower? Not right now.
Yes, anytime. If you need a rest later, it's okay by me.
You don't have to be a hero.
I could just take a rest here. Ooh. Flaunt errorware. Sure. Mm. Dishes stained with sauce and fire. A survivor's kitchen. Books. Mostly fantastique and historical fiction. Oh, so many things to click on.
Books and magazines lie scattered on the floor and on a makeshift cupboard. They are not particularly well organized.
Sift through them?
Most are soft covers, serialized fantastique and detective stories from the 20s and 30s. This disparate digest includes the classic Animal Adventures, popular depictions of man versus nature by amateur naturalists T&T Harpin, husband and wife, widely read by people from all walks of life. Who doesn't like nature? Who doesn't want to survive? Among what is mostly commercial fiction and serialized stories, you find a magazine cathodique for electrical engineering. Then it's back to pulp. Light erotica, an international thriller about circuit benders.
Just a little light erotica for flavor.
Someone's made themselves a home.
Enraged by commies. All things communist.
Oh yes, under the bed, there is a rather extensive collection of critical theory, that is, dour, life non-affirming left-wing literature, published by small imprints such as Abattoir Firm and Elysium. It's not exactly like reading.
Look, Kim, powerful communist theory. Rigorous and powerful and truthful. Look, Kim, a book, left-wing. I have no comments, do you?
Ooh, yeah. I agree. Humanitarian sciences. It stands out. Not a lot of critical theory around in Ravachol West.
Your incendiary remark has failed to provoke him. Wasn't there some in the communist student's room?
A student in the apartment building seemed to have some as well.
Well, yes. That one student did.
The little books seem inconsequential next to the big pile of frivolous entertainment covering them.
What do you think this means?
Whoever has lived here, they have some education and a certain set of interests.
Just a little revolution in communism, but mostly the light erotica.
Interesting.
You can see candles planted on a broken rangefinder. Moth-eaten bedsheet keeps the wind out. I want it to go this way first, and I think I will. Fantastic.
An old cylindrical generator is nested above the ammo lift, with makeshift electrical wiring running out of its side and across the floor. The cables disappear into the wall to your right. The lieutenant puts his hand on the metal barrel, checking for warmth.
It's cold now, but someone has been maintaining it. The wiring has been repaired.
Where do these wires lead?
Downstairs, somewhere?
What kind of generator is this?
Liquid carbon. I would imagine it takes mazout. The kind that's favored by vagrants and fuel thieves. It's been a long winter, long and cold.
If anyone stayed here, they'd need a generator.
Tap on the side.
A hollow ring. The canister is empty. Dust falls from the generator and down into the ammo lift.
What does this mean, a generator here?
I don't know. I'm not a philosopher.
That is his idea of a joke.
I am... This generator proves the universe's material. Kick the generator.
He nods approvingly. He even smiles.
Say nothing.
The wind outside picks...
You had it coming. Oh, if I want to continue, I have to go around this way. Okay. Ooh. Army surplus winter scarf. Empathy scarf. There's Karamazov. There's the way out. Blast door that weighs 10 tons. Ooh. Drug. Drug and money. Oh. Hatch is jammed shut.
Green paint flecks off the monoblock aluminium cabinet. There are rows of switches on the front panel, a frequency band, and even a keyboard.
Run your fingers across the keyboard.
The keys rattle like teeth. This keyboard hasn't been functional in decades.
What is this then?
The console of an anti-computation device. The generator upstairs, with wires coming out, they terminate here.
Why are you powering a old computer?
Urgence, ouvert, allumé, radiodiffusé. Sounds like this device was used to control the electronics here. Maybe it still does.
This device was used to control the electronics in the room. It could open doors, control lights, function as a radio computer.
Push the light.
Nothing happens.
Emergency, open.
We need to restore power before using this, officer. The generator, it didn't look like there was fuel in it. We should look around outside. There are barrels all over. Maybe one of them still has something in it.
He looks into the dim light to his right.
The boat engine.
Or we could get some fuel from the boat engine?
But officer, then we would have to swim back to the mainland. Let's just look around, okay?
The console stands by, mutely.
Radio?
The dial slides under the glass.
Insular. This is an off-air radio computer, I believe, used for military communications.
There's that. Water rushes below, far down below. A firing slit. We can't see inside. Must have been a direct hit to take out such a large chunk. The distant sound of cargo ships, signal horns echo in the water. The reed sways strangely. No, it's nothing. Alright, so we found the wall here. The ice cracks under your feet. Be careful not to fall through. The winch is broken. Rust has eaten what remains of the chain.
A strange feeling, looking at the water. Maybe you should just wander off into the sea. Leave it all, and walk in.
Why, though?
Perhaps there's someone there, under the water, waiting for you.
Isn't that a, It's not Michael Bublé, is it? The guy that saw a girl on the train and was like, but I want to be with her.
Where it has always been.
Weird, strange stalker behavior.
In front of the video rental, on the corner, at the crossing.
But it's cold.
Yes, cold and still. But love is warm, like the inside of her mouth.
Yes, please.
Oh, fuck, yes. Go there in your head. It's been days since you thought about her. A week. No, we're not starting with that. Not now. Not this time. This thought is over.
Hey now, raise your sight.
In the rain mirror of the bay, you see Martinez, reflected. Tall edifices of ruins reach into the water, like shimmering towers. And the shacks too. Pine trees and motor lorries, upside down. Islets and posts, like stepping stones, lead into the water in front of you. Go. Step in. It's been too long.
no further to go in that direction. We can go up and around. The pain in your pelvis makes you wince. Then you continue. We're just gonna get reminders about that, aren't we? Inside the fortress, you may get the console on the blast door. The depot that supplied this chain was long gone from the coast. Ooh, there's our gas.
There's a rain-soaked mattress on a concrete slab, only half covered by the crumbling roof. At the head of it, double embrasures, firing slits like two eyes in the wall.
The shot really could have come from here.
B triple prime. This looks like a good place to shoot from.
Lieutenant lowers his voice, stepping closer with his hand on his gun. Inspect the mattress.
A single-person mattress, modern, civilian use. Brand name, Marjorie. There's a fuel stain on the cover, along with cigarette burns. And an empty can of beans on the ground next to it, filled to the brim with cigarette butts.
Pick one out of the can.
The silhouette of a tobacco picker adorns the paper filter. The brand, Tio Moteri.
Tio Moteri, we saw that at Land's End, didn't we?
I may have been wrong when I said it wasn't important. This means the same person could have visited both locations.
Yeah, we learned that from the Somnium files from Date. Pay attention to cigarette brands, it's always important.
I didn't see any signs of smoking inside, though. If people live there, they keep it tidy. This here may also be a smoking spot.
Inspect the wall.
There's a firing slit in the wall in front of you, like a little window.
Touch the concrete first.
Quite old and grimy, from years without cleaning by anything other than the rain.
Look through the hole.
The springs screech as you lean on the mattress and crane your neck to look out. Trepidation, a tingling feeling in your stomach. A small piece of Martinez coastline opens up in the square in front of you, like a tiny landscape painting. 1 kilometer across the water. The ruins look familiar.
On the left?
A towering skyscraper, its top floors shaved off by artillery fire. Capeside apartments. Rue de Saint-Ghislain, 33A and 33B.
On the right.
The red chimney and collapsed back of the 4-story tenement in front of the whirling in rags. Rue de Saint-Ghislain, 10. The doomed commercial area.
And between the two.
The box-shaped silhouette of the whirling in rags. You see a small fleck of white on the rooftop. The upstairs window of Clausia's room, in the rain, reflecting light.
Motherfucker.
What does that mean? Do you have line of sight to the window?
Yes, there's an opening between 33A and 10. I can see the roof.
I can see it. Through the scope of a rifle. The shooter would be prone, lying on the mattress, barrel resting on the embrasure.
Cheek against a cheek rest. Hand on the hair trigger, on a calm day like this.
Kim, I could make it. I could make that shot.
Good. I think we have it, Detective. The origin of the shot. This is the sniper's nest.
He pats you on the back, 3 small pats in a row.
Affirmative.
Booyah, master cop work.
It's only moderately effective cop work until we have the weapon. It will not be, how do you say it, booyah, until we have that.
Could the shooter still be here?
Where?
On this island.
He does not answer, just nods. With his back hunched, he looks around once more and says,
"We should move now."
Yeah. Old medicine cabinet, nearly stocked with dramamine. Weathered artillery showing coordinates of the Bay of Revachol. Ooh. Almost with you. There we go. Alright. So there's our sniper's nest and our You feel eyes on your back, someone's watching you, but can't be sure where. Gun. We're gonna keep our gun on us.
This old cylindrical generator, what the
goes the fuel.
lieutenant assists you, holding the canister up to the fuel tank as you tilt. Dark brown, viscous fluid pours out, and the room fills with a chemical smell. There's a red starter switch on the side of the cylinder and a start rope on the other side. The lieutenant flicks the switch.
Pull the rope.
The recoil start wakes the old generator up. The machine sputters like an old warhorse before settling down to a rattle.
That should do it.
What have we tried?
Golden
It's on. Turn emergency open.
automatic boot.
Could this open the blast door?
I think, yes. Let's see.
The blast door opens with a series of clicks. A shaft of light appears, then widens as the light shines in.
It's almost time. Oh. I feel my heart racing. What about you? Or rising. Not racing just yet, but...
After you.
Before we go, I felt someone watching us.
So did I. Not back there, but I felt it since we came here.
What if we get into another fight?
Don't worry. I have a gun.
Takes out his arm, checks the barrel, and holsters it again. What's there?
I don't know.
A thin wisp of smoke rises from a charred black fire pit. The wind picks up, then dies down again.
I also have a gun.
I know. It was not easy to acquire.
You see, we can joke about that now, but, Alright. Walk slow. Might be dangerous. Okay. How am I feeling? I have all my armor pieces on? I do not. Don't feel like I need the authority, but I will. I will put on the hand-eye close and the reaction speed. Yeah, there we go. I want hand-eye to be up a bunch. Look at my Morik skills. They're doing good. We're outside. Now I am going to start walking slow. A rubber dinghy. It's deflated and broken. Small white flowers blossom all around you. Like the dried maybells we saw on the roof. found someone.
An
Who are
old
you?
man wearing tracksuit trousers leans on the frame stock of his rifle. He gathers a big ball of spit in his mouth, then spits it out into the extinguished fire before him. He raises his black eyes, hooded by creased eyelids, to meet yours. Unclouded by cataracts, his eyesight is sharp. He's practically tearing up from spite. Hatred got the best of him a long time ago. This man hates everything.
Are you the fire guy?
The what now? I can't hear you.
Did you recently tell 2 kids to put out their fire? 2 twins.
I may have. All sorts of little rats have come sniffing around, trying to give up the position.
This guy also sounds like he's still on the battlefield.
The position sounds like a hiding place.
Fire guy. Regressive bourgeoisie henchman. Can't even talk like a grown-up.
Oh, you mean me? You've retained your eyesight.
My eyesight? Yes. Helps me see all the shit.
Did you close the blast door?
I did. And you opened it. How?
How you expect.
I should have burned that console down.
How did you know I was coming?
Reactionary rock and roll music. Playing on the water.
Look, it was a good idea at the time.
Told you we shouldn't play sad FM.
But you didn't say that, Kim.
I did.
We have entered a world where he said you shouldn't. It is the only world.
It was not reactionary, it was cool.
The fascists were right about rock and roll. It is degenerate. Hip gyrating, mental illness music.
But not disco. Nice gun you got there.
It's not nice. It's a piece of shit. But it gets the job done.
Is that the bell? Is that a Bell McGrath?
It's a 3-Angong 446.
Southeast Samaran made. Exotic. Must be defunct too. No modern rifle manufacturer of that name springs to mind.
A Samaran rifle. How did you get hold of one?
It was sent to us by our brothers in the Sinyao commune. Military aid.
It feels like there's a weird, filter on his voice. Or he's just, croaking with everything he says. Where it's just the voice is vibrating a bit. Or sounds like he's recording into a bad microphone. But I think it's a voice quality.
It has stayed true to him. He can still make it sing.
Hinziao commune?
You heard me.
Hinyao?
It's good now. Like chalk, white from the ball.
Your weapons stayed true to you. Mine has stayed true to me too.
Yes. I bet you've killed a lot of people with it. You fascist fuck. Have you come to make me one of them?
His grip on the rifle tightens.
His right eye twitches. With what? Fear? Rage?
I assume that's just the position he takes when he's getting ready to fire.
We have come to ask you questions. Nothing more.
The lieutenant puts his hand on his holster.
If you do not comply, we will take you in. Do you understand?
Sir, I need you to put down that gun so we can talk further. We're with the police. Okay, the only options are... resume. Sorry for disturbing you. I'm gonna look around real quick.
Fucking clowns. I should have known they'd send the fucking clowns for me. You hear him mumble to the blackened logs. That was not the right move. You should have pushed on.
Alright, well I guess there's nothing more here. Fine, authority, we'll do it your way.
Leans on the frame stock of his rifle, looking up at you.
Sir, I'm with the police. You can keep the gun, but keep it down. Not one move.
No.
Lieutenant aims his pistol at the square at the man's head and says,
Put it down now, sir.
Or you're gonna blow my brains out before you question me. To hell with it. It's a walking stick anyway. It's out of bullets.
The old man lays the rifle down carelessly, then looks at it lying there.
He stares on, his wrinkled mouth moving without a sound. A strange sadness, like a song.
Where are you saying?
The future teaches you to be alone.
The present.
The present.
The present to be afraid and cold.
The old man pulls back the hood of his plastic cape and looks up into the sky. It's blue-gray, the same color as the sea. Those words.
Real music. Real Brilliant Kult. That's La Revacholière, not your rock and roll misanthropy.
Is that what this is about?
Chanson de soldat of the black and whites.
You miss your marching anthem?
You need to address that remark.
I'm not a misanthrope. I'm a half-dead police officer who's just doing his job.
The job of a shitlicker.
Understood.
You don't understand anything.
You need to address.
It is the anthem of the world revolution.
Yep.
One of 3. In Grad, they sang Brave Children, favorites of history. And in Sinyao, it was some Samaran shit, I guess.
Le Chevalier. I've heard that name somewhere in a dream.
Everyone has. They named a fucking perfume after it.
No, that's not it. I've talked to her.
A fucking perfume.
Pick up the gun laying in the sand.
His gaze follows your motions. The rifle feels surprisingly light in your hand. Frame stocked and patched in places with tape and wire. Still warm from his parched hands. Not the metal. The metal is ice cold. This weapon has been modified several times.
Inspect it. Smiles. Yeah. Inspect it closer.
The rifle's in a shabby state, like a crutch that's seen too much travel. Hieroglyphs are embossed into the forearm, made of walnut. On the butt, you see Vespertine writing, burnt into the wood. Triangon, 4.46mm, made in Sinyao.
This uses jacketed ammunition, 4.43.
The right type and the right calibre.
Intense. Glancing at the gun.
He's liking this.
Inspect it closer. No. Trion.
No one said it has to be a Belma grave. We were just guessing.
That's true enough.
From ballistics, it could easily have been a triangle, too.
It doesn't
Sure.
matter if it was made in Shanti Shanti. All it has to do is use jacketed ammunition. And it does.
The rifle has been patched and modified several times.
I wonder how old it is.
The old man does not answer. He just stares in front of him.
Stow the gun.
The old man keeps following your motion with his gaze. His right arm twitches suddenly. Some kind of involuntary response. Something is slightly off with his motorics. This looked very much like the murder weapon. It could be used against him to get a confession. In time.
Who are you?
My name is Josef Lilianovich Dross, Political Commissar of the 114th Anti-Aircraft Division of the 4th Army of the Commune of Revachol. I am a deserter, a partisan, and a prisoner of war. This is my termless surrender.
His eyes turn to the reeds again, dead and dull.
The commune of Revachol? Do you mean the ICM? Your holdover from the...
From the Insular Indian Citizens Militia, the Army of the Revolution. I was recruited in Jamrock in 07, trained in the École de Contrôle Orient, and consigned to emergency defense duties in 08. I left my unit on the eve of the landing. When I returned here on May 14th, the Commune had fallen. Still armed and ideologically trained, I wrote a criticism of myself and resumed partisan duties.
51 minus 8 equals 43.
You've been on this island for 43 years?
No. I've been on other islands, too. I was in Resurrection until they turned it into a spa in 18. Then I was an E-48, a nameless sound, until the sea washed over it. Then I came back here. That was 22 years ago.
Again, you've been hiding out for 43 years?
43 years and 10 months.
That's insane.
It's not how a human being should live. But I had to. I couldn't just forget. I couldn't just forget what I saw.
What have you been doing during all this time?
Hiding, fishing, waiting.
He looks across the water.
Where the afternoon grows late, on Rue de Saint-Ghislain, people walk home. Street lights will soon be lit. Further inland, the streets are alive with workers, men, women, children, street hawks and migrant laborers. The temperature is steady. Alto cumulus clouds form above Precinct 41. Two police officers step out of the Whirling in Rags cafeteria. Satellite officer Jean-Vic Mayer inspects a series of burnt black letters splashed across the plaza mosaic. Patrol officer Judith Minot points west. The fishing village. She glances at her watch. We meet in 15 minutes. It's a 10-minute walk.
Is backup coming?
The officers go, leaving behind the writing, still smoldering. One day, it says, I will return to your side.
Always waiting.
Waiting for what?
For her to return.
Her who?
Girl, child, revolution.
She better come. I too have given my life. Girl Child Revolution. Let's start with that.
Always.
Nation is too strong for that. Should we know who this is? I'm afraid she's gone.
The material base for an uprising has eroded. The working class has betrayed mankind and themselves.
Or is revolution the operative here and girl child something else?
The historic opportunity for a revolution has passed. It will not come back anymore, however hard I try, whatever I do.
So, an old soldier without a war. You said you deserted your unit?
I was just 16 years old, 15 when I volunteered. I had a lapse of faith. And of courage, too.
Only puts you at, what, like 50, late 50s? No, it does push you over, no, late 50s, yeah. Lapse of faith?
You could say I misunderstood the historic role of the proletariat and thought Mazovian socioeconomics were fallible. For a second, I doubted the irreducible laws of historic materialism. A second is all it took.
For what?
For reaction to take hold.
Yes, we all have a tiny bourgeoisie person in us trying to run away.
He does not seemingly react to what you said. Only his right brow moves a little. He does not believe a police officer is genuinely revolutionary.
Well, no, that's kinda hard.
And this was when?
Kim instinctively looks to his notebook, but does not take it out.
May the 13th, 08, 44 years ago. The horizon was black with coalition airships. Their petroleum rose to the sky, and it looked like it formed the clouds. Storm clouds. When they started shelling, it was dark magic. The combined might of international capital. All at once, all the greed and terror in the world tore into Revachol. It lifted streets from the ground and turned houses into ghosts. We were in the flak tower. Huddled on the floor. The artillery was 80 kilometers away in Ozon, but I knew the commune would fall. We would all be turned into ash. So I said I was going to the map room.
A terrible shame, still within him. The lobes of his ears are red with it. The shame and smallness of what he became.
You didn't go to the map room.
No. I climbed the chain link across the water and hid inland, in the bunkers there, like the weakest of the weak. A mouse, frightened at the ordnance all night, and the sound of the rotors in the morning, whirring.
Looks this way. What was that?
Airships. I climbed out into hell. The landing was complete. The chain was submerged. I had to swim back. The fortress was half submerged too, shattered. They'd all drowned in the lower levels, or got torn to shreds above. The anti-aircraft gun had malfunctioned. So had I. I left them without ideological direction. It was real. I'd seen it. I'd seen it in reality.
He opens his eyes and stares right through you. Seen what?
the mask of humanity fall from capital. It has to take it off to kill everyone, everything you love. All the hope and tenderness in the world. It has to take it off just for 1 second to do the deed. And then you see it, as it strangles and beats your friends to death. The sweetest, most courageous people in the world. You see the fear and power in its eyes. Then you know that the bourgeois are not human.
Let's just not interrupt.
I had to. I had to fight it. I had to never stop.
The old man falls silent. His black eyes keep piercing your skin as he looks to some great distance behind you, shaking his head slowly, retreating from it. What is this place, this island?
It's not an island, Dwat. It's a defensive fortification of the commune of Revachol. And I am its last surviving defender.
What was it used for? I also think he just called this like right wing in French there.
The congenitally deformed King Philip II built it to restrict access to the Bay of Revachol. We captured it in '02, retrofitted the fort with an AA gun to defend against an airborne landing. Against the whole world.
You mean the landing? Retaking of Revachol?
Coalition military called it Operation Deathblow. I later found out on the radio they called it Deathblow. You're one of them. Tell me, who speaks like that? We had 50 million people on Caillou alone.
First, I'm not one of them.
Sure you are. You're RCM. Answer me. Who calls an operation against 50 million people Deathblow?
Murderers. I know what you mean.
You don't know. You haven't seen it. Iblis. The black-eyed angel.
How have you survived all this time?
How does anyone survive? I steal.
He looks at his worn running shoes.
Now hold on there.
That's a choice. You could have become self-employed. Create the system.
You're insane and grotesque. Everyone steals. Vegetables, supplies. It's the life of a dog.
How is your health, Mr. Dross?
I've been throwing up blood since winter. Red, like beetroot. Been passing it in stew, too.
He does seem frail. Gaunt for his age. More like 75 than 65. Trouble putting on weight could mean cancer.
The RCM can provide medical services. You need to be looked over.
I need to die. You don't have medical facilities. You have guns. That's all they give you. Toy guns.
As a droll smile stretches across his face. This is a serious situation.
There's nothing to look over. The triage is in, and it's black. Administer morphine. Moribund.
How have you coped mentally?
I haven't. I have holes in my brain. Years missing. Others filled with pain only. A decade of...
His eyes rolled back in his skull.
I don't even know what. Inferno?
You notice the lieutenant about to say something.
I would imagine it gets tremendously difficult, mentally, to live in isolation.
Traitors. It's better alone. I watch the people of this city turn the lights back on more and more each year. Ruins glimmering in the dark like a fucking merry-go-round. It's disgusting.
He looks down at his own shoes, his face parched from the sun and the wind. There's a wince of pain in there somewhere.
Are they not heartbroken? How could they have moved on?
How have you concealed yourself all these years?
It was hard in the Thames. I didn't have partisan training. They were searching for stragglers, those bloodhounds. Floodlights on the water at night.
There were posters, campaigns.
We communards still hoped, and they needed to snuff that hope out. The East capitulated. Martinez and Coal City were turned to dust. But Jamrock, Forburg, even Coron, and Boogie Street, of course. Those fucking kips had Marsov coursing through their veins. And others too. Some cordons of Revachol was still fighting. There were cells. I tried to contact them. Soon they all went silent. The frequencies dead.
How did you get between here and the mainland?
At night, I used a dinghy. I only went after dark then. When I got to the city, I stayed underground. Patrols, you lot, the commons too. They'd started snitching.
He nods toward the deflated tire in the reeds.
In the city, you move underground?
From bunker to bunker. Not anymore. No one cares now. I don't even have to hide. They think I'm another antisocial vagrant. I could walk straight into that town if I wanted.
He falls silent, his gaze fixed on the slacks huddled together across the water. Why don't you just walk there?
I don't want to. They're all traitors. Pigs, rabbits, and dogs. Men without ideals are only animals.
He does not want to see life moving on. People forgetting, drinking, laughing.
The weapons cache under Saint-Gilles Lane 22. Have you been there?
So you finally found it. There must have been a small squadron's worth of arms in there. Elmer Graves, right?
They were?
Useless now. Rusted away.
So you've been there?
Sleeping. Some nights. Ammo scrounging on others. Those McGraves were shit, even before they corroded. Some had bullets in the chamber, however.
You feel the dots connecting. Little dots on the map he's walked across.
There's a small bunker under the Feld building. Have you stayed there?
The propaganda bunker. I used to, but not anymore.
Propaganda bunker?
They stored leaflets there. Broadcasting equipment, too. Made broadcasts, I think. Propaganda officers. I buried them with their leaflets. They killed themselves. 2 young boys.
Killed themselves?
A lot of our boys did. I spent some winters there. Never liked it. Kept thinking of them. No need to go underground anymore. It's better in the ruins, on the ground.
One more question. Do you smoke Tui Mutui cigarettes?
I do.
Smoke them on the mainland?
They're good. Plenty of tar. I like that boy on the pack, too. Reminds me of the last century.
Tell me another thing.
The old man looks across the water, at the city, the ruins, the motorways rising above it.
You said this was your termless surrender?
You're with the RCM, the coalition-appointed mob that enforces bourgeois morals in Revachol.
That's right, we're the good guys. I mean, we're not the good guys, but we're just trying to do our best, man.
You're the RCM. You represent the Moralist International, the enemies of humanity who took this city. I represent their adversary, le Parti Communiste d'Insolande. Take me to them as a prisoner of war. I have relinquished my weapon. I can no longer serve. No superiors can relieve me of my duty. You bulldoze them all to a mass grave for trying to free humanity.
His hand shakes and he breaks into a coughing fit. No superiors can relieve me of my duty.
A spray of blood from his mouth on the black charcoal in the fire pit.
And just think about this guy having been a young revolutionary once.
Rene, the royalist on the coast, said.
Never signed the revolutionary instrument of surrender?
Liberal reactionaries signed that instrument. Traitors who should have been burned alive. I answer to the Communist Party.
Is that part of why you've been here all this time? Because the party didn't surrender?
He just wipes the blood from his chin.
That's insane.
You're insane. Radio shows, speed racing, sporting goods. None of it is real.
I know. It's not non-fungible tokens. We aren't at late-stage capitalism in this scenario.
You're with the RCM. You're the Take me to them as...
A spray of Rene, the royalist on
Before
the
that,
coast,
tell me.
said.
What?
Never mind. So you're a communist soldier from the communist army? Yes, Harry. Very good.
No, I am not a soldier. I am an ideological officer. I belong to the party, not the army.
You said you were trained and assigned to the Defense Corps.
Trained in historical materialism, then assigned as a political commissar by the party. These things used to mean something.
I don't know what they mean then.
The old man does not answer. He tilts his silver head and looks at the reeds. You see a small tremor pass through his legs.
His job was to assure the army answers to civilian control and follows the ideology of the Commune.
Scientific communism. A commissaire politique is a night philosopher of the revolution, a future human.
Awakened from shutdown by the promise of ideology, he was like a cleric, a shepherd.
So you were like a priest?
No, the opposite of that. A future human, not a human of the past.
That means you're a trained communist, right?
He nods slowly, then another tremor.
I'm also a communist. I can still say that, right?
No, you're not. You're a liberast.
Liberast?
A liberal and a pederast. It's what most liberals are.
You might have a point. Yep, that's me.
Detective, we have not come here to discuss ideology.
Gives you a stern look, then turns to the old man.
We have come to ask questions regarding a murder investigation.
Oh, is it finally time for that part?
The old man spits into the fire pit. He does not say anything more. A jitter passes his lower body. The expression on his face is unreadable. There's some sort of interference there. Neurological. There's definitely something off with his body. Something more than just metabolism, or even cancer.
I have another serious question for you.
There's nothing serious in this world. It's a farce.
Assess his body language. More than poor health, disturbed motorics, possible neurological damage?
What strikes you about this gaunt man is not the stomach pain, or the cough, or the malnutrition. For a man who spent 44 years hidden in the urban wild,
he's surprisingly okay. You have a point there.
Indeed. He speaks fluidly. His movements are rapid, if erratic. His voice, despite the cough, is there. It is capable of expressing complicated ideas. Above all, he seems animated.
Animated by what?
It's a mystery. This animation comes at a cost too. Erratic hand gestures, thought processes cut off like threads, as he just stares at the logs or the reeds. He also suffers mood swings, bubbling to the surface, unconstrained by his nervous system. Great leaps of emotion, from anger to grief, despair.
Dementia?
You've seen demented people before. This feels similar, yet different. When his thoughts move, they are lucid, keen even, not senile.
Wouldn't a foul temper be a byproduct of his lifestyle?
Perhaps, but his seems more than that. The inner turmoil takes unexpected turns, as if forced on him in a way.
Are you guys suggesting pale?
In summary, you sense some underlying neurological disorder.
Mr. Dross, are you okay? How's your memory?
No, I'm not okay. I shit blood, and I'm surrounded by insane people.
He waves his hand, chasing something that's not there.
There it is again. Erratic hand motions, bouts of rage, and the stomach thing too, of course.
Hey, we're back to a older branch. The first branch. What have you been using this gun for?
I've used it for killing people.
In the last week?
Killing people?
It's a gun. That's what they're for. You want a moralist euphemism? Defending your family and your property. I haven't done that.
Ooh, that's a bite. That's a hot take.
I've used it to kill people.
Interesting. During or after the war?
There is no after the war.
Yeah.
Class war is never over.
He shakes his head and smiles, his teeth rotten black.
So he's continued killing after hostilities ended. Okay.
Yeah, he's still, the war isn't over for him.
This is it. You can feel it, like battery acid on the tip of your tongue. Something you haven't felt in a while.
But what?
This is what you live for. This is the shit.
Really?
The great serotonin jackpot.
Reward system go?
The solution.
The eureka moment?
Go in straight. No euphemisms. He doesn't like those.
Bunch of easy checks?
No. Be careful now. Slow and steady does it. Make him repeat it first.
Everybody chiming in.
Don't mess this up. Remember, he wants to tell you. Get personal.
Wait, so which one do I say then? I'm getting a lot of conflicting advice.
Nothing comes to you. Silence. His black eyes look at you, and in them a chill, like electricity running up your spine, crawling into your skull.
What?
All is not as it seems.
Hey, Voice of Revachol, how are you doing? Or are you, Great Child Revolution?
Detective.
The lieutenant turns to you with well-disguised impatience. Make him repeat it. No euphemisms. He wants to tell you. I'm gonna follow rhetoric on this one. Did you use that gun to shoot and kill a colonel of the security contractor, Crenell?
The who now?
Leans in and cups his ear.
He heard you. He just wants to hear you say it again. This is dramatic flair on his part. Right choice. We're in. Do it, sire.
His name was Ellis Courtenaire. He was part of the security detail here in Martinez.
Oh, yes. That one. Ugly piece of work, that boy.
He looks up to the sky and clacks his tongue.
Did you kill him?
Lieutenant takes a sudden step towards him.
I am a son of a welder and an officer of the Commune of Revachol. I do not collaborate with murderers and pederasts of the liberal regime.
Exhaust him with proof. Pile it all on him. Get a confession.
Extract a confession.
The gun. The murder weapon is the perfect opener. The scent of blood in the air. But what else? There was something you can't remember. Something about the tracks. Suddenly, all those tracks are so confusing. Go with something else first.
And I don't need your cooperation. I've got this.
Not a lot of guns around that use military-grade ammunition, are there?
It's a real gun. Not like your little musketeer pistol. I've seen you prance around with that. Jumping hoops for the liberals.
Is musket pistol is kind of what it is, isn't it? Because it's the barrel loading.
You
option.
look like imbeciles. Why don't you ask them to give you real weapons, eh? Going against automatic rifles with a flame bomb. Of course you got all those boys killed.
He would have a good view of the tribunal from here. It's not just empty boasting. So he saw you. Okay. So what? Don't let it divert you.
We saved a lot of them. Their leader test. We handled that situation. Stop changing the subject. We have the murder weapon.
You know what? You're right. I'm convinced this made the shot. Should we call it?
Dramatically ask. Do you think we have the murder weapon?
4.46 jacketed ammunition, modified for range. We have it. This is it.
I'm calling it. We have the murder weapon.
Good.
There's the task complete. It's official. Lieutenant takes out his notebook and draws a single line.
This feels good, doesn't it? Tying things up like this. When you have the murder weapon, you have the killer.
Murder.
The old man does not say more. He just glances into the reeds and then twitches once more.
This pushed him, but not enough. Just a little more.
We've done the ballistics. The shot came from this island.
I saw you poking around there, looking for evidence. You're damn diligent when it comes to dead fascies. Did you like the view?
You had direct visibility. There are embrasures in the concrete, specifically meant for a top follower to use. And you had a long-range rifle in your possession.
The lieutenant softens his voice.
You've been here a long time, Mr. Dross. Too long. You clearly need medical aid.
I'm ready to die. I've done my part.
He's practically admitting to it. Dead fascists for fascists. Done his part.
You said fascists? You admitted you killed him?
You're sad for your fascia brother, aren't you? One twig got broken. Now the others are sad.
One nation and all that? There's a twitch, then one more in his right eye.
Almost. He almost burst out there. Keep piling arguments. Anything.
Come on, what am I forgetting? Hit yourself on the side of the head.
Wait, here it comes. The goddamn Maybells. The dried Maybells on Clausia's roof.
Oh yes! I was going to point that out.
There were Maybells in the grass when you got here. They're revolutionary symbols from the war. Wait, don't forget the footprints. The diagonal prints in the dust in the secret space behind Clausia's bedroom. Now, they're gonna come up.
Ow.
Yes, ouch. So good, it hurts. Those were not modern prints. Maybe don't beat yourself anymore, though. You're not immortal.
We're pretty deep into the end game at this point, so I've been going a while, but I'm just gonna push until we're done. There were Maybells behind the victim's window, showing the dried flower.
Damn Maybells. The whole island is turning white with them.
He looks at the blossoming field behind you.
He seems tender suddenly, nostalgic even. A strange mood swing.
So many this year, too? The spring is coming. No, it's already here. Wash the filth away.
I haven't seen these flowers anywhere else in Martinez, only here.
They blossom on the islets before. We fertilized them with our blood. Resurrection was snow white in May, before they ruined it.
South, the Bay of Martinez is dotted with little freckles of islets, turning green, with white flowers in white snow.
The coast, too, before they piled their containers on top of it, filled with broken, useless trash for fat-fingered bourgeois children to play with.
You must get around a lot to stay undetected all these years. Do you know any secret paths? Pinball workshops?
Yeah, Kim's going for that other point.
I may.
A curious tremor passes his face. A young woman called Claudia, ring any bells? These dried flowers were behind her window.
Claudia.
You know her, right? She had intimate relations with the victim, the mercenary.
With the victim?
He turns his sight from whitening field of flowers and falls silent. Then the muscles in his jaw twitch, a spasm.
There is a small tremble, looks like a smile, a crooked smile, yet isn't quite voluntary. He's about to burst.
I think he objects to our use of the word victim.
Don't leave any loose ends. Get him on everything.
What brand of boots are you wearing?
Everything is brands with you individualists. Who cares what brand my shoes are? Sansa. Some shit.
It says mother, his running shoes covered in mud.
Show me the souls, please, Mr. Thomas.
Fucking imbecile.
The old man stretches out his leg. A black and white spiral pattern covers the sole of the worn-out old running shoes on his feet.
The maker is called Sensory. You see their V-shaped logo, but can't make out the size. These are not the unusual horizontal patterned soles you saw in the dust on the floor of the hidden room. They do, however, seem to be about the same size.
The size fits, but not the sole.
Wait, maybe it's simpler than that.
Sire, he doesn't have to be wearing them right now.
People change shoes. It doesn't mean you weren't there near the room where the victim died, sneaking around. Easy.
Racking those brains, are you?
Easy drama
Desperate
check.
to report something back to your masters. They must have really loved that dead fuck.
The lieutenant gives you a quick sideways glance and nods to acknowledge. The prints were his. You can see it in those eyes. He can't keep them from flickering, looking for something. The old man stares at his own prints in the ash around the fire. Silent suddenly, some strange process within him. A gush of wind. Seagulls in the distance.
You know who he was. A coalition-trained murderer. Armored and armed. He wasn't human. The blunt end of a hammer. Dripping with blood.
He suddenly jerks to life. He was a rapist. I'm not saying he didn't deserve it. We never proved the rape. He was a killer, but he was still under the protection of the law. He was a soldier too. He was a man. Yeah, I don't want protection of the law to be my motivation here. He was a soldier. He was a man. You can't remove someone's humanity.
Beating us to the ground. Moaning with joy. You hounds get so thorough when a company-trained killer dies. I haven't seen you on this coast for 40 years. You know, maybe I should have killed one sooner.
It sounded like you were.
Got your attention. Now you stop eating druggies and prostitutes in your basement. Now you come to investigate. Not when they die by the hundreds.
He looks you dead in the eyes, pupils shaking. He breathes through flared nostrils.
This is it. Shot him. Shot him. Say shot him, not killed him.
Okay. So you shot him.
Oh, the inhumanity. One paramilitary less in Revachol.
You can almost squeeze a tear. You can almost see him squeeze a tear out of his eye. His fists begin to tremble from the anger.
The lieutenant raises his right arm to hush you. Hush. He does not need to be pushed anymore. The ball is rolling. While the lieutenant listens, holding his breath.
Hold your breath.
I had them in my sights. Both of them. Him and the whore. I was breathing with them, in phase, and I pulled the trigger and flew on the air until I landed in his mouth.
He begins to smile.
I didn't think I had a shot like that in me anymore. I did. I saw him kneel there with his mouth full of death, and that stupid look on his face. And his dick still in her.
The smile quivers. Then what?
Nothing. I went to sleep. Next morning there were Maybells everywhere. The world was white. Or what's left of it, anyway. My last spring here. I knew the fascists would come to avenge their own. And so they did.
A little bit.
Mr. Dross, are you aware you're confessing to murder?
Yes.
A single word is all he gives. We've extracted a confession.
And you were looking at Dan, the victim and a young woman, having sex through the scope of your rifle that night, before you shot him?
The lieutenant is taking notes very slowly.
The old man nods.
Why?
Because that's what they were doing.
He shrugs and smacks his lips.
The motive. This is where the motive is going to come from. You can coax it out of him. The lieutenant's preparing the ground.
I don't understand. Do you, detective? I don't understand this part.
Why were you looking at them that night? It's a heap of cigarettes there. You had to have been watching that spot, like, specifically for a long time. What's the word? Hounding it out? Scoping it out? But you know. Look out, dug out, watch out. One of those police tropes. Why were you looking at them that night?
I'm always looking.
He cocks his head to the side, then turns his eyes to the city. Another tremor passes his right side, lower in intensity.
Are you always looking through the scope of a rifle? I'm just trying to understand.
A rifle's scope has the best magnification.
Sure.
And if you don't like it?
Click.
You pulled the trigger.
Yes. Think of it as a form of critique.
Just submit a strongly worded letter.
He will not stop now. These dialectical materialist types never do. Exploit it. You got him going. Connect every little piece now. Wrap this up like a gift.
Alright. Connect, do it all. What specifically did you not like about what you saw the night of the murder?
Them. Fucking. I didn't like that.
So you were jealous of happy people?
Jealousy is a reactionary concept. I didn't like the Reaver enjoying himself. Drugged out, soothed in the arms of a young woman. I wanted him to die so he could not enjoy life anymore.
Mm-hmm. Again, just rob him of his humanity.
And I wanted to see his head explode. That too. She should know better than to hold a child murderer between her thighs. I knew he'd be there for one more second, writhing.
And I wanted her to see his head explode. Mm.
That's all it takes for the bullet to reach his head. Now that I think of it, I wasn't aiming for his mouth. I wanted his brains to spill out on her. But you can't have everything.
Oh, okay. Mm.
This man has seen past her, like you did. And now he longs to see her covered in blood. To punish her.
How long have you been watching her?
Since she came to Martinez. I saw her sneaking in the reeds early in the morning, behind the Fell building. It was dark, still winter. She didn't have her skimpy outfit on then, just a spot in the night, moving.
Past the Fell building on the coast? What was she doing there?
Hiding something in the water. She had a fag after she'd done it. I was up in the ruins there. She couldn't see me, but I could see her, smoking. She was nervous, but not scared.
That cigarette, chat. Don't confuse it.
Her passport and ticket to Villiers. And from there to Cachet Brut.
What do you think she had there? That's a very specific answer. You have her passport.
In the free state of Seminine, hidden away at the edge of the earth, near the Pale.
Free Seminine? No extradition laws? You looked into that, Bowie?
After she was gone.
Did you keep what was in it? When we found the submersible, it was empty.
No. Why would I do that? I didn't need tickets to Villiers. I put them back. If I wanted to extort someone, I'd do better.
You'd take their passport?
This implies that he's thought about extorting her. Also, a little inconsistency here. He was surprised to hear her name Clausia before. Would he not have seen it on the documents?
You saw her name on the passport, but when I said the name Claudia, you didn't seem to recognize it. I don't think Claudia is her real name. I don't think the name we heard was the real name either.
You didn't say Clausia in there.
Are you sure? When we checked the submersible, there was nothing there.
Why would I need that trash? I'm not going to Villiers.
There it is again. The strange neurological state he's sometimes in.
What did it say her name was in the passport?
It was something. I don't remember. It was dark that morning. I only remember her face on the photo.
Moving on, did you continue watching her after this?
I did. She had a face like an archipelago, with those birthmarks. And a body, hard and lean and bruised all over. Black and yellow. I could see she's taken a beating.
That kind of watched her?
I could see who she was, too. A spook. On the run. Revachol's the cloaca of capital now. All the bagmen and arms dealers end up here to do drugs and have sex like animals.
You could tell she was a spook from the documents?
She had different color hair on the photo. And glasses. Forged. Some sordid bourgeois affair. I've heard about this kind of thing on the radio.
He's setting it up for you. The bruises, you can't make that out in a scope.
And you can see her bruises through the scope of a rifle?
You can't see bruises through a scope. It's just a blur.
Through the peephole.
It quickly comes to you.
You ever see them through a hole in the wall?
Oh, yes. Cutting those drugs of hers into little lines with a knife. Masturbating.
You weird old man.
Did you make that hole?
With a clip point knife.
Ever see her through a window on a roof?
Like that, too? Yes. Bending like a bow against the glass.
You've been through the secret right behind the whirling and rakes. Those were your footprints there. You just changed your shoes.
I've been through all of Martinez. Every nook and cranny.
And that too.
Yes, that too. The things they did in that little room. What she'd do to feel good. Funny the way light works. You turn it on inside, and it gets so dark out, you can't see a man looking in. I learned that in the 20s, when they were still hunting me. I've seen people do some shit, but...
He keeps shaking his head.
Those two took the cake. You hear the familiar scribble of the lieutenant's pen. A quick glance at you. One more loose end down. We're doing this, Detective.
How did you get in there? The hidden pinball workshop.
I can just walk in there now after a good wash. I told you, they think I'm an antisocial. Closing hour is a good time. The kitchen's empty.
You had to open the steel door in the kitchen? How?
I got that open a long time ago. Some bourgeois game merchant lived there. I don't know, 15 years ago. He left spare keys all over, and I took one. Then I saw her turn the light on one night in my scope.
Andy found use for it. A spare key, like the one hanging behind the Union Box window.
You wanted to punish her, so you killed him.
She practically breastfed that man. You wouldn't believe the things she let him do to her.
He shakes his head and stares at the ashes.
While he stands here and rots.
You saw through her? So did I.
You're delusional. There's nothing to see in the soul of the bourgeois woman. It's the same as the surface. Sick hedonism and desperation.
I'm not like that. I don't think like that.
No one gives a shit what you think. You and your cronies kill 10 working-class men a day. I've heard the statistics on Channel 8.
You had feelings for that woman.
There's nothing to hold on to. Only this. It's not enough.
The coals of his eyes glisten suddenly, like stones dripping with water. Is he crying?
Man needs to feel something else. In this fight, it helps if you have your eye on something there. It's weakness, I know.
He looks to the city. There have been others?
Yes, over the years. It's not unproletarian to feel something.
Was that why you left dried flowers behind her window?
No.
Why then?
I don't really know. I was there one night and she was crying, like a child, in the corner of our room on the floor, like she does sometimes.
When was this?
The day after I killed him.
And you brought her Mavis?
Yes. I don't know why I do the things I do anymore.
You wanted to console or manipulate her? Manipulate is probably more what you were doing there, buddy.
Maybe. I told you, I have holes in my brain now. I wouldn't just sit here waiting for you. If you came 10 years ago, I would have killed you.
But now you're old. And I am also old, but slightly less old.
In the silence, the lieutenant draws a line in his notes, then nods at you once more. One more down.
So, in conclusion, it wasn't about him, it was about her.
Her.
He repeats, staring at the ashes, then the reeds. There's a twitch in the corner of his eyes.
The lieutenant nods at you in acknowledgement. That's it. Motive. We have it.
Where is she, that Clasier? I haven't seen her there for days.
She got away, but she let us hear first. Figured someone was watching her from the seafront.
Gone. I knew it. She kept staring into the scope this last week at the island, like she knew. She'd look at night, crying or smoking on the roof, staring right into me. It doesn't matter.
Midtown, across the Bay of Rivershell, the oceanic wind washes 40-story towers. Above them, Lucerne Central Aerodrome, a cocoon suspended in the sky by a web of suspension wiring, encircled by hybrid aircraft.
Look north.
On the platform, a young woman is withdrawing from amphetamines, barbiturates, and alcohol. Yet still, she smiles among the crowd, among the great ghosts of the city she's leaving for another, far south. Smaller, distant, hidden, not like the great chandelier she sees sparkle in the night below her. Streetlights, towers, tenements, and water, and across it, a dark strip of ruins, barely visible if she didn't squint her eyes. There, on a dilapidated jetty in a nameless village, 2 police officers and 1 special consultant look across a narrow strip of sea. The ruins of a seafort stick out of the water, built by Philippe II, reappropriated by the Commune, then lost in the landing.
There's my backup. And Claudia's head out here.
He's there, doing what exactly, I don't know. Satellite Officer Vic Mayer points at the ruins. Behind that anti-aircraft something. That's why we can't see him. Special Consultant Heidelstein is optimistic. We'll see the boat when he comes. Let's go get a coffee until then. I know this interesting little place where
his voice
trails off as the 3 walk down the jetty. As the men go, Patrol Officer Minnow looks back over her shoulder at the crumbling fortification like a rotten tooth rising out of the water. Good luck, Harry, she thinks. You need something good for this.
We could get more. We've got him talking.
Who knows what he's seen and done over the years? You could get more out of him. He likes talking.
Been looking at anything else you haven't liked?
A tragic comedy. Druggies, prostitutes, and rentiers.
A strange little engine seems to fire up in him again. It straightens his back. The familiar put of hatred.
More specifically?
Specifically, the whole city is a charnel house. Stripped clean and draped in neon. But Martinez is the worst.
How come?
Because of the racists. Everyone is a racist in Martinez. It's their favorite thing to do in the whole world. Listening to race-themed radio shows. In the ruins, in their lorries. Pumped full of steroids and Radio Revachol 92. Race this, race that. It's all sanctioned by that Social Democratic Union and the farce of a Social Democrat who runs it.
Mr. Clare?
Yes, the fly larva in his container. He let some nihilistic advertising yuppies erect a statue of Philippe III, a syphilitic murderer, on the town square, to spit on the working class.
Do not interrupt.
Not since the serfs of ancient Pericarnassus has history produced a more inert social class than the Martinez proletariat. The rest of Revachol at least pretends to rebuild. These people still live in ruins. In tents, like animals, Like those boom morons on the ice. A pity they didn't drown in that tent of theirs.
He keeps shaking his head with sorrow at the sight he missed.
The worst of them is the blood-drenched Sucrion on her yacht, licking her lips. The old whore's gone now. Her gun-toting porcelain men are dead. So, actually, no. The worst is that old cop parading around in his uniform, throwing balls all day. It's not enough that the racists and liberals are dancing on our graves. The old loyalist ghouls still parade the ruins too. Every morning he's there, while the parasites he fought to protect are off in Ozon, or Koyamorang, or some other island they built their palaces on, feeding on drugs and having sex with their own children.
I'm really like, okay then, but no, he can keep going.
That's all the rich really want. Sex with their own children. Throughout history, even the royal bloodline of the suzerain, it's all just an excuse for them to have sordid sex. At least that old cunt, Frisell, is now dead.
Just nod.
We did good when we pushed him under that horse car. If only, in the 30s, those disco whores.
What follows is ominous mumbling. You can't make out a single word.
There was something about a statue and nihilistic advertising agency people. Might be worth investigating.
Well, we've seen that. Disco whores?
Whores.
Is all he said. Even the word has been pushed through his teeth with great force. The rage seized too hard. There's something about the statue on the roundabout and syphilis.
Syphilis is a disease Philip III contracted in a whorehouse. The statue is an abomination. The bacteria entered his brain and made him squander trillions on sparkling wine, cocainum, and monuments of himself. His son, Philip IV, the insane, contracted syphilis in the womb.
That is technically possible, although Philippe III was not actually syphilitic. He was just mad.
How do you know that, Encyclopedia?
And he still went on to govern Revachol for 25 years. We lost 2 million lives toppling that mode of government. And those grotesque statues too. Hundreds of them.
But it's still there.
What a keen remark. Yes, it is, isn't it? It's still there. Do you know why?
Yeah, because of the cynical advertising yuppies.
That's right. Some advertising cockroaches erected a cynical deconstruction of it. We tore it down with honest working-class plastic explosives. And there it is again.
Shaking his head in disgust.
Art is a bourgeois establishment. It's an affront to humanity. Every gallery should be bulldozed, and the artists should all be given 30 years of hard labor in Yekokata.
You mentioned the Union, Social Democrat, Everett Clare, and Farce.
Another hideous disappointment. Unions are the real enemy. The true enemy of the proletariat, placating the masses.
So you say.
Disappointment. So personal. He displays a familiarity with the Union's top brass.
Who's a disappointment? Everett Clare?
That deformed toad? I wouldn't expect him to wipe his own ass. I mean, the brains of the operation. The smart one.
Does he mean Edgar?
Edgar.
He talks a big game about uprising and social base. They must have sent the smart one to some university in Le Jardin, where it's alienation this and hegemony that.
You've talked to Edgar? We haven't gotten to talk to Edgar.
First against the wall with him.
He stopped poking at the ash just now. Just shakes his head.
The Clares wouldn't miss a man hidden in their own backyard. Not all this time. Nothing happens in Martinez without them knowing.
Of course. Maybe the Clears asked him to. Don't go straight for the kill. Exhaust everything else first. Soften him up.
Have you approached them? Mr. Draw, did you kill the Krenel mercenary for the Clares to incite a riot? Have you approached them?
I haven't approached anyone. I hid. It was Edgar who came to me.
How did he know you were here?
He didn't just stumble in like an oaf. He figured it out. Some kids told him about a monster on the island. I told you, he has brains.
Points to the path leading to the tower.
Stepped right off the boat and walked down where you came. I even kept the door open for him. Thought he was a man of the left. Wouldn't rat me out. I was right about one of those things.
When was this?
20 years ago. Neither of them could walk now, could they? They were less fat then.
That's around the time the Clears came to power.
Hold on. What did you talk about?
Edgar did the talking. Paid his respects like I were a fossil in a uniform. Offered platitudes about the struggle. Flaunted his pink degree. Even quoted Marzov. Never trust a social democrat who quotes Marzov. Oh, and charity, too. They love their charity. Offered me blankets and social housing. I still have the gas cooker he brought.
And he let you be here?
Let me be here? The ZOC is an unlawful successor of the Commune of Revachol. We took this fortification from the Loyalists. Even the Clares understand this.
They let him be here. Understanding was a courtesy. But why such a courtesy?
Mr. Ross, did you kill the Krenel mercenary for the Clares to incite a riot?
You know why I killed that fucker, Dwat. As to Edgar, I'm not doing anything for that swine again.
Again? What have you done for Edgar before?
When he came to power.
Tried teaching him some Marzovian socioeconomics. They didn't stick. We parted ways.
Okay, he didn't do the hanged man for them. But he's insinuating something.
Talked to Everard about the previous foreman. Yeah. Yeah, we should just roll for it. And we can put a point or two into logic. $83 odds, yeah. I like those better.
The connection comes to you like a splash of cold water. Dark, cold water.
With a total of 20. 20 years ago, when you met Edgar, the Clares didn't run the Unionet, did they?
Hey.
A sputter from the old man.
He acknowledges it. Here we go. A twist behind the dark bend.
Who did?
That bourgeois cow. Tiffin Holly was her name. Licked the rich man's hand every time he came to town. Never seen a labor leader so hot on mutual cooperation. And money. She liked that too. That Holly was a real bridge builder and a deal maker.
His eyes glisten with hatred. She was also a woman, wasn't she, like Claudia?
She was. And she was real soft on those money men. Had a Barbara Muscova bag over her shoulder that she liked to bring to work.
And then she just disappeared.
Called in, they say. On the eve of battle. Ran away. Vanished like a piss stain.
He squints and smiles at the black logs.
No, that's not quite it, is it?
Did she? They say her daughter called in, not her personally. But that wasn't really her daughter, was it?
No, I guess it was not.
You could swear you see the embers glow again under his eyes in the dusk. Edgar had someone make the call. Why is that, Mr. Draw?
She couldn't make the call herself.
Here it is. The bend in the river.
Because?
Because she was dead.
Mm-hmm.
Just say nothing.
The cow caught a bullet in her right lung. Fell into the canal grasping her tit and drowned. Or bled? Hard to say. It was a sloppy job. And a moving target. She was going home, waddling, dressed in yellow, drunk like she often was. The ruins are black around her, and she had a yellow leather bag under her arm. She tried to cross the canal. Heading home to Grand Couronne or Betancourt, someplace like that, where they build those new bâtiments for the people who flourish in the hell around her. And the ruins.
You shot her.
Someone shot her. Or maybe the cow just fell. My memory is full of holes. All I know is... nothing changed. Not in the material base. Not in the hegemony. There was no uprising. Just words. The Union fizzled. Sogged. Nothing came of it. Nothing.
Edgar didn't keep his part of the deal.
A sputter again, nothing more.
If you were to testify to this, give the RCM something on Edgar, you could walk.
The lieutenant says in a voice even calmer, as if it were nothing at all.
We would strike everything you've done and process you as a POW. You were in a war. You were on assignment. We could even extradite you to the Samaran People's Republic.
A degenerate worker state. Go shit. No, thank you. I'm Revacholian. My days are short. I will rot away here, in a moral intern cell. I will not testify to anything.
But you did do it.
I saw it happen, and I liked it. That's all I have to say. I didn't live and fight for 40 years to end up as a collaborationist. I've heard it on Channel 8, 40 AM, Radio Revachol, late night. Everyone is a blobber in this world. Everyone betrays everyone. They're all already locked up for betrayal. The best ones, the ones with heart, were slaughtered, trampled.
He looks to the city. Secret task.
The same old freezing hatred. There is plenty here to work with once he's in custody, and the lieutenant knows it. He gives you a little nod to proceed.
By cock, you mean Renee?
Every fucking morning for 34 years. Throwing that ball. One ball against the other. I've always loathed that game. That is not a working class game. I don't care what they say on Radio June.
Yeah. Just an old man listening to like Fox News or some shit all day.
Royalist ghouls played like it was life itself. Click, clack across the water each day. And that uniform, like a parrot plumage. I won't even mention that he's a traitor to his race. A petank maniac race traitor.
Now, I don't know about... Just nod.
I remember him. I remember him from Lanos. Not him, personally. His make and model. There were tens of thousands of them. I thought we took them all out before the liberals came to their rescue. We missed one. That one.
With his shaky finger, he points to say toward the crater near the plaza where the lonely pine tree stands.
Fat and plump, like a pheasant, just begging to be popped off. Please, Mr. Dross, shoot me.
A grin stretches across his face and he whispers. You'd like to kill him?
Not yet. I like to look at him strut around, place the crosshair on his medals, right on his face, and just fiddle the trigger. Think about it. Let the bomb melt in my mouth.
Save the treat for later?
The lieutenant asks cheerfully.
He is a juicy bonbon, that one. A real treat for the black day. The blackest. When I put that gun in my own mouth, I think, no, don't waste it. Put this lead in that cock, René. For the boys he killed. And then I look at him throw those balls, and I suddenly feel. Better. I even hid one bullet, so I'd always have one. For him. Haven't seen him around lately, strutting around. Must be down with arthritis. I hope it hurts like hell. I hope he sweats blood.
The lines of his face straighten as he looks inland.
Hearing it may destabilize him. You sure you've gotten everything from him?
Let me tell you something else.
Yes, of course. Must be passing a kidney stone. I hope it's excruciating. At least it keeps him from throwing his balls.
He seems relieved. Could he have been worried for him? He reminds him of himself. The same hatred. The same. You try to think of another thing, but no. It's just the hatred.
It's really all those two old men have, isn't it?
Yes. Where is he? I hope he doesn't have debilitating arthritis. Or kidney stones. He can still come out to play with balls and get shot in the head, right?
Can Renee come out to play, mister?
Oh my God. He's even worried for him.
Renee is dead. He died of old age.
No.
Yes.
I waited too long. I waited too long and now he's dead?
The old commoner looks at you, his blackberry eyes shaking in disbelief.
I'm sorry, Mr. Dross. I understand you knew him for a long time.
Sorry for your loss.
They're all dead now. Fuck it.
Another old soldier.
If he really wanted to kill him so bad, he would have done. There must have been 1,000 black days on these islands. His health ailing.
He had 1,000 chances to kill him.
And I blew them all. What does it matter now? He's gone. Ancient dust.
He reminded him of himself. The same hatred. The same.
You cared about him?
All human beings care about each other. I cared for seeing his head explode. Now, God damn this world.
A little flash of anger. I'm sorry.
Fuck you.
The old commoner says, staring at the ground, seemingly to the island you're on. Are you okay, Mr. Dross? Do go on.
You think I haven't seen people die? It's all I've seen them do. Fuck and die. All the other plans we had. To love, To colonize the Pale. It's all fucked.
You're a colonizer, huh?
He's not okay. This is just another black day in a row of black days. Something strange is keeping him together, making him endure.
I'm glad we talked about this. Now.
Glad we talked about what?
His lip curls in...
Glad we talked about what?
It's all for now, old man. Stay put.
I ain't going anywhere.
Well, I did say I would keep pushing, but we hit hour 5. Yeah, it's, I gotta stop. We hit midnight. Chat. Hey, chat. How are you doing? How you feeling? Oh, I really thought we could do it tonight. I'm sad. Oh well. Well, we can finish it all up next week and be like, take it fresh, have a good time with it. Not try to push and be exhausted by the end. What have we got going on this week? We have, I think here, let me just type schedule. Stream elements. Tell me what we have coming up next. Tomorrow is Amon Knights and Bikes, which is an indie game. I feel like I've seen that indie game, or no, what I'm thinking of is like a weird like unicycle jousting game. I don't know what he's got going on. But if that's all we have scheduled, then it's probably. And there might not be plans for anything else. Let's just check other sources to be absolutely sure. There we go. Nice and Bikes. More 13 Sentinels with Jet on Thursday. Friday is the new episode. Saturday is Final Fantasy with Roots. Steph's coming in and out with Animal Crossing. And then Andrew does Somnium Files on Sunday. All great and good stuff. It's not like I'm trying to rush through the end of this game, but I was like, I'm getting excited about the next things to come down the pipeline. I have other ideas. I can do other things. I'm not just an RPG player. But whatever, it's fine. We will carry on. Maybe we'll get to have a short week next time. Really, the bed being there should have been the tip-off that there was time to spare. I could just go to bed right now, or send Harry to bed right now. But, alright, no, I think I'm ready to call it. I don't think we need to send you out anyway tonight. It's late. I don't think anyone will be on long enough for it to be relevant. So, thank you everyone for coming in and out. Thanks for being here. And next week, for sure, we will finish up Disco Elysium. Thanks everyone.